Good morning, everyone. Please put yourselves in the presence of the Lord. Let us pray. Our Lord God and loving Father, we thank you, Father, for this another beautiful morning. Thank you, Father, for your presence. Thank you for your care, for your love. Please be with us today as always, because without you, we cannot do anything. Father God, please bless both the speaker and the participant of this seminar. Give us the knowledge and the wisdom that we need, the help, in order that we can comprehend our topics. We can apply it in our work, or all for the glory of your name. Please bless each and every one of us throughout the day. Please fill our hearts with your Holy Spirit. This we ask in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. So, good morning and welcome to the second day. No? This is the last day of the seminar, no? The 2-day seminar. Alam nyo, sa mga kinakanda ko na seminar, I'm always excited sa last day. No? Kaya kahit sabihin mo na second day lang to, nakaka-excite. Why? Unang-una, I thank God na nakatapos ka ng isang araw, nakatapos ka ng isang project. Because para sa akin, walang simpleng trabaho, no? Basta binuhos mo yung heart mo doon sa trabaho at natapos mo siya. It's something na mayroong kang achievement, something na dapat mo ipagpasalamat, no? Kasi achievement ito eh, yung may nadagdag sa sarili mo, no? May nagawa ka na makabuluhan. So that's something na dapat rejoice ng sarili mo, no? So I would like to call the attendance, no? Kasi nga sabi nga natin, we will not give certificate of attendance to those na hindi naman umattend, no? At yung nag-sign, ano ba yun, attendance ngayon, no? Let me call on Agdon Army Perez, Aceron Hazel Joy, Asuncion Jenalen, Bermeo Angelica, Bernadette Pahanustan, Capio Joanna, Carlos Diana, Culasito Irene, Corpus Michelle, Kulala Jane, De La Rosa Rampols, De La Cruz Mercy Rose, Divina Jethro, Durante Joanna Janilin, Igargi Antoinette, Isgana Jan Dominic, Ferratero Mariel, Ferrer Brian. Kahapon nandito rin sila? Okay. So, Garay Jessie, Garcia Maria Teresa, Gomez Jan Eric, Ibrahim Marwa, Ignacio to, Ignacio? Ignaco Michelle, Ilagan Maricar, Lim Jacel, Lovet Eddie, Lovet or Lovete? Lovete Eddie Jr., Bakalisang John Emmanuel, Magnaye Mary Lorraine, Manlangit Christian Paul, Marquez Daniela, Medina Mary Ann, Moreno Mark Jomari, Nahira Kimberly, Nalayog Lani, Orca Patricia May, Ortega Cyril Apple, Piol Ernesto Jr., Penuela Rebecca, Ponciano Pamela, Quino Hasmin, Kitan Jerome, Ricio Rafaeli, Ruiz Nerilen, Salamero Loina May, Saldivar Merizen, Santiago Rosana, Silvino Emily, Santa Ana Blisel, Suba Rixalina, Tamboong Julin, Juzon Ana Margarita, Tomas Marlene, Orsia Maricar, Vertudes Rick, Vico Cynthia, Villanueva Yvonne. So, 56. Yun pala po yung nag-sign in. No? Although we're expecting na Yung iba hahabol pa kasi wala pa namang ano. May nadagdag na?
Wala pa po, ma'am.
So 56 pa rin. Okay, so welcome to the second day of our seminar, and for the second day, our topic would be about bookkeeping using new technology. Lahat ba ng participants nabigyan ng soft copy?
Apo, ma'am. Nasa-send na.
Okay. So yung mga wala pa, mag-comment na lang kayo para mabigyan kayo. And lahat ng nag-register na sendan, yung 200 plus?
Yes po.
Okay. So, the first topic is bookkeeping using new technology. Very important. Why? Because if we are bookkeepers, we have to update also, no? Mag-upgrade tayo. Parang software ba na kung Jurassic ka na, parang hindi ka na effective, no? Kaya kailangan nating nag-update para maging effective tayo, no? As bookkeeper kasi, wala na yung mga mano-mano na puro sulat-sulat lang, no? Sa computer na, using Excel, using software. So doon na tayo. Kasi it makes our life easy and our work as bookkeeper easy. Kaya yung mga journal entries na yan, pagka computerized bookkeeping ka, wala na yan, no? Bakit? Sinong gumagawa niyan? The computer, no? Saka hindi ka na rin mag-isip ng chart of accounts mo kasi naka-built-in na dyan sa system, no? And then on the second subject, on 10 o'clock to 12, we have different accounting softwares, no? So meron tayong show dyan para malaman nyo yung mga modules at saka yung paano yung hitsura ng accounting records na electronic records. Hindi na siya yung traditional na manual na pinapakita ko sa inyo, but already electronic, no? So anong hitsura ng electronic books of accounts? And then in the afternoon, we will study the computerized accounting rules and regulations, and then the record retention and management. Dito sa computerized accounting rules and regulations, yung kung paano kayo kumuha ng permit to adopt computerized accounting, and also kung paano kayo mag-submit ng mga electronic records the moment you are under audit or under investigation, no? Kaya ang ano natin, actually itong free bookkeeping seminars natin, pahapyaw lang dito yung for beginners, no? Kasi advanced ito eh. Lalo na yung mga documents that you are going to submit during the tax audit. Napaka-advanced na yan para na sa mga practitioner, no? But it's a good experience for the new ones, lalo na yung mga nag-aaral na at least immerse na kayo doon sa ano ba talaga yung ginagawa pagdating na sa practice. And I tell you now, bookkeeping is very important in the actual practice, and this is the heart of tax compliance, no? Kasi kung naumpisahan mo na siya nag-record ka na ng day-to-day transactions mo, hindi ka na mahirapan pagdating ng end of the month. Magsasummarize ka na lang, no? And then during the audit, i-collate po na lang yung mga files mo dahil kumpleto na. Your problem is, pagka na-audit ka, saka ka lang magre-record, no? Marami akong nakitang ganyan. Saka pa lang magre-record, no? And then i-reconstruct na lang nila. Napakahirap mag-construct. Lalo na kung isang taon mo i-reconstruct yan. Ang mangyayari sa'yo, ma-finalize na lang yung assessment mo, hindi ka pa tapos mag-reconstruct. Lalo na, wala kang dokumento, no? So you start keeping your records earlier, kompleto na. Kahit na yung sinasabi ko sa mga ibang accountant na yung segmentation ng financial statement. Ano yung segmentation ng financial statement? Halimbawa, may branch ka. You have 1,000 branches. Sabi ng examiner, i-segmentize mo to. I want a financial statement of your business per branch. So, 1,000 na financial statement yung gagawin mo. Income statement, no? So, paano mo yan gagawin kung wala kang records? No? So, recording is very, very important. And, tamang pagre-record. Kasi, kaya nga, tinignan natin yung bookkeeping regulations. Kasi, alam mong dapat mag-record. Alam mong paano mag-record. Di mo naman alam kung ano yung dapat i-record. So, they go hand in hand. Kaya, ito yung ginagawa natin dito sa free bookkeeping, no? Anyway, sa actual talaga, pag may bayad, ang singil namin dito is 1,500 per day, no? Kahit online, 1,500. Hari, kailan yung December natin na free bookkeeping ulit? Kasi yung mga hindi nakakumpleto or naka-attend kahapon, pero hindi na kumpleto, attend na lang po kayo ng December, no? Kasi na
19 and 20 po.
okay, so December 19 and 20, no? Kasi na-schedule na namin 'yan, so we have to post through with it as a commitment, no, to our participants. Na may mga nag-inquire na kasi na kung kailan yung next, so yun na yun pong next. Kasi yung next year, wala na pong free na bookkeeping, no? Kasi unang-una, kung gusto nyo matuto, nandyan na naka-record naman po, i-rewind nyo na lang yung ating mga seminar na free bookkeeping. Kasi same lang din naman yan, pabalik-balik na lang. Kaya nga sabi ko useless na in a way, yung mga may gusto, pwede na nilang i-rewind, pwede na nilang makakita sa recorded. Ang problema nyo lang doon, sa recorded kasi, hindi kami nagbibigay ng certificate. But as to the knowledge, same lang, ma-acquire nyo rin yung knowledge, no? Kaya ang gagawin na lang natin, siguro yung gagawin natin, bigay na lang kami ng mga free updates, no? Para naman doon sa mga dati na. Kaya we will come up with the list na hari nung lahat ng mga umattend na sa atin, kasi invite natin sila for the updates natin na monthly, no, about bookkeeping at about taxation. Pero we encourage you to become a member to us, no? Kasi ito, dati ayoko sana, pero ngayon sa hirap ng buhay, no, we encourage membership na 1,000 per month, no? And we will give you free tax updates every month, no? So, kung tutuusin, doon sa seminar na sa ibabay nyo na 1,000, you have 12 seminars na half day yan, no? So, at saka libre pa kayo sa sa consultation, no? Wala na tayo magawa eh. This is the new normal, no? So, yung services natin dito na rin natin gagawin, no? Kasi ito na yung inumpisahan namin eh. So, tuloy pa rin, no? Siguro yun yung gagawin namin sa inyo, no? We will invite you para kasama na kayo doon sa mga monthly updates natin. And hindi lang yun, ma-highly professionalized kayo, no? Kasi yung ating aim dito is to have a globally competitive professional, no? So whether bookkeeper ka, tax consultant ka, CPA ka, no? Pareho lang naman yung pag-bookkeep eh, no? Hindi naman yan nababago kahit lawyer ka pa, no? So yung basic talaga is bookkeeping. Kahit anong galing mo pa sa lahat ng bagay, kung sablay yung bookkeeping mo, sablay yan, no? Anong gagawin mo during the tax audit? Makiusap ka lang, no? Pero yung talagang nagpapa-audit ka na toro, hindi mo magawa kasi wala kang ipapakita ng dokumento, no? Okay. So let's start, no? So ngayon wala tayong wala tayong question and answer kasi up to 4 o'clock lang tayo, and then kasi na, di ba, yung holiday. So after this, biyahe na kami at 4 o'clock. Kaya wala po tayong mga question and answers. Ngayon, kung may mga question pa kayo, i-post nyo na lang po dyan sa ating YouTube, and then we will come back, answeran po natin, no? But hindi po available yung question and answer today, no? Kasi ang gagawin naman natin ngayon ay computerized, no? So, and pwede kayong umattend sa mga live streaming po natin. Halos everyday yan, Monday to Thursday. May live streaming po tayo sa tax training at saka sa Basic Transfer Pricing Philippines, no, sa YouTube. So pwede rin po kayo doon. Yung iba nating mga participants, yung ibang mga doon sila nanonood at doon din nagtatanong, no? Okay. So email mo yan sa kanila, Hari, yung live streaming natin doon sa dalawang channel, no? Dalawang channel yon, ina-alternate natin every Monday and Wednesday. Basic Transfer Pricing Philippines, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, no? Nag-entertain din po tayo ng mga questions doon. And then sa tax training, every Tuesday and Thursday, no? Ano bang pagkakaiba ng dalawang channel? Although we cater to the general questions, pero ang Basic Transfer Pricing po, it's about the international taxation, economic taxation. Ano yung economic taxation na yan? Deals mostly on related party transactions, no? So, doon tayo naka-focus sa transfer pricing. Yung tax training naman, general, pati yung mga registration, withholding, yung nakafocus naman yun sa local, yung taxation po dito sa Pilipinas. And nakafocus yun sa tax compliance. Although, in both na live natin, pwede kayong mag-post ng questions nyo. No? Yung tax training naman, every Tuesday and Thursday, 8 o'clock din ng gabi at saka 10 o'clock. No? Kung hindi kayo aabot ng 10 o'clock, kahit 9 o'clock. Kasi doon naman pwede tayo mag-spill over. Kahit na, halimbawa, marami pang questions, 10 o'clock na. Pwede pa rin natin sagutin. No? Hindi natin iniiwanan kahit mag-spill over tayo ng time. No? Kasi pinili ko yung 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, at least settled na yung tao, no? Tapos na sa, no, sometimes kasi 7 o'clock nagbabiyahe pa, o kaya may mga ginagawa pa. At least, dun sa 8 to 10 o'clock, settled na kayo, nakakain na, pahinga na lang, o habang nagpapahinga, pwede pa kayo makinig. No? That's one way of making your time fruitful or valuable, no? Na kahit na nakahiga na may nagagawa ka pang achievement. No? Ako kasi, I'm very particular of bawat oras, ano ba yung nagagawa mo na nakakadagdag or may production. No? Kasi ayoko yung lumilipas yung oras, wala kang nagawa, walang nadagdag na advantage sa sarili mo. Ikaw kasi yun eh, ikaw magpapatakbo ng buhay mo, ikaw yung gagawa ng paraan, paano ka maging serviceable, maging valuable, na kailanganin ka pa ng mga tao yung serbisyo mo, no? So, I'm 63 years old, pero non-stop pa rin yung aral ko. Why? Kasi I believe na yung alam ko noon, kahit marami akong course na natapos, yung alam ko noon, wala na yun eh. Especially ngayon na we have new normal. So, sino ang lamang ngayon? Yung mga IT, yung mga marunong sa computer. Although, matutunan din naman yan kasi kahit hindi ka marunong sa computer, if you are willing to learn, at saka kahit hindi ka willing to learn, you are forced to learn. Why? You will not survive, no? In a computer world, and then i-ignore mo yung computer knowledge, saan ka pupulutin? No? Lahat pati nag-aaral ngayon, kahit grade 1, nasa computer. I-ignore mo, ayaw mo ng computer, saan ka? Kaya nga mayroon kaming accountant na ayaw niya ng computer, ayaw niya ng online, naghahanap ng face-to-face. May milit siya na maganda kami ng face-to-face. Kami naman yung ma-penalty, no? Kasi, maganda ka na, sige, tama, mag-face-to-face tayo. So, anong gagawin namin para hindi malugi? Mag-advertise. Sa advertisement pa lang, pinapa-stop na yung face-to-face na mga seminars, no? So, you have to live with the new normal. Na kung ano yung requirements, i-align mo yung sarili mo doon. Kasi, sabi niya, hindi ako marunong sa computer. Minsan mo lang yan ipangatwiran, yung hindi marunong. No? Kasi ano ba yung gamot ng hindi marunong? Alamin mo. Aralin mo. Kinabukasan, sabi mo, hindi ka pa rin marunong, kasalanan mo na yan. No? So, I don't believe on tao na sabihin, hindi marunong. Okay, accepted, hindi ka marunong ngayon. Pero bukas, wag mo na ulit sabihin sa akin, hindi ka marunong. No? Kaya, sa ang branded ako na masungit, okay lang sa akin. No? Kasi sabi ko, masungit ako sa trabaho, sa personal, hindi ko kayo pakialaman. Pero sa trabaho, nakikipagtrabaho, halimbawa sa akin, ay, ano tayo, especially sa oras, I'm very particular. Kasi yung oras mo, yun yung trabaho mo, yun ang buhay mo, yun ang ginawa mo eh. Wala kang ginawa doon sa oras mo, yun ang mangyayari sa buhay mo, pati sa trabaho mo. Ninakaw mo yung oras mo, binabayaran ka, no? So, objectives on the second day of the seminar, to learn bookkeeping using new technology. Actually, hindi na to new eh. Siguro new ito nung years ago. Pero ngayon, di na new, no? Yung dapat na term dito, to learn bookkeeping using technology, no? Kasi hindi na new ang technology. Tagal na. To know the different accounting softwares. Every year, ang daming accounting softwares na nade-develop, no? Kasi ang daming nag-i-invest na research and development just to come up with or just to develop new accounting softwares. Kaya they come up with different accounting softwares with different features na i-improve. Kaya kung 5 years ago, hirap sa accounting, no? May requirements ng BIR to approve your permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Noon yun, pero ngayon di na. Because there are accounting softwares na sabihin na natin na, hirap ka kasi hindi peso, dollars. Ngayon ang accounting software, multi-currency. Pag sinabi mo multi-currency, switch mo lang peso, switch mo lang yen, switch mo lang dollars. Wala kahirap-hirap. No? Ang computer ang nag-a-adjust sa pangangailangan natin. No? Kasi bakit sila nag-a-adjust? Because of the research and development na ginagawa ng mga developers. No? Kaya we owe it to the developers kasi sila talaga yung nag-iisip. No? At bakit naman sila nag-iisip? Because of the demand of the work. No? Kasi paano mabenta yung kanilang software kung hindi naman na a-answer yung pangangailangan ng kliyente, no? So, langaw yung softwares mo. So, para maging sellable yung software mo, alamin mo ano yung problema ng mga kliyente mo na nangangailangan ng softwares, answer it, be it, no? So, o kaya, existing na yung software mo, dagdagan mo ng features, mas nagiging friendly, o lamang ka. Ganon din sa sarili, ganon din sa personal natin, no? Yung sarili mo ngayon, ito lang yung alam mo, dagdagan mo. So that kahit hindi na available yung isang trabaho, you can switch over to another kind of work because marunong ka. No? Because dinagdagan mo palagi yung kaalaman mo sa sarili mo. No? Kaya I'm very proud, I'm very happy, no, na you avail of this you avail of this program. Ang ibig sabihin lang niyan, gusto niyo matuto, no? Kasi yung iba, instead of uupo sa computer at mag-aral, anong gagawin? Uupo sa computer at maglaro, no? Napapagod, maghapon, magdamag, naglalaro, gaming. Kaya pag tingnan mo, milyon-milyon yung views pag gaming. Pero pag magagandang channel, ang subscriber, 2,000, 3,000, no? Anong nagba-viral? Sige nga, sabihin niyo sa akin kung may knowledge ba dyan na nagba-viral sa, sa YouTube. Anong mga nagba-viral dyan? No? Mga entertainment, gaming. No? Although, indirectly siguro may magagawa din na mabuti sa atin. Pero if we try to look at it, mas meron pa na mag-i-improve yung sarili natin. No? So, para umupo ka sa computer ng 2 araw to learn, malaking bagay na yon, no? At saka, it requires discipline, no? Kahit saang bagay kayo dalhin, i-maintain nyo yung discipline sa sarili. At para ma-maintain nyo yung disiplina sa sarili, you create a goal, objective. Saan mo ba talaga gusto yung sarili mo? 5 years from now, 10 years from now, then nakafocus ka doon. So, i-align mo lahat, yung ginagawa mo, yung oras mo, ano yung gusto mo, i-align mo lahat doon sa objective mo para marating mo yun. Kasi kung wala kang objective, wala kang aim, wala kang goal, wala kang marating. May marating ka, pero sometimes yung hindi mo gusto, kasi hindi mo lang pinag-aralan, no? So, kagaya ko halimbawa, I'm 63 years old. 5 years from now, kung buhay pa ako, I'm 68, no? So, anong gusto ko mangyari? After 5 years, na 68 years old na ako. So, kung malakas pa ako, still, continue ko pa yung mga speakership ko, no? And then, yung gusto ko, natapos ko na yung mga sulat ko ng mga books, no? Ang dami ko na umpisa na books na kailangan ko upuan. Kaya I have to stay in the farm para hindi ako, doon, yung disturb, no? Ang dami ko mga books na umpisa na waiting for publications, no? So, tatapusin ko yan. And then, ano pa yung gusto ko? Siyempre, gusto ko talaga may farm ako, may, yun yung enjoy ka, kasama mo yung mga apo mo, no? So, yung may aim ka na yung ginagawa mo ngayon towards the achievement of that aim, no? Kasi hindi po ibig sabihin na tanda ka na. Yung napanood ko na sa movie, Korean movie na Shining Inheritance, yun sabi doon ng matanda, matalino siya eh. Then yung mga anak niya, mga apo niya, maasa na lang sa kanya, mga spoiled, tapos ayaw nang mag-cooperate sa kanya. Mo yung sabi niya, I'm not an old woman waiting for angel's death to come. Marami ka pang magagawa. Diyos ko, alam mo yung pagtanda, dapat you have to age gracefully. Bakit? Sa pagtanda, dala mo yung mga kaalaman na wala dun sa bata, kaya dapat mas lamang ka. No? Huwag mo sayangin yung mga assets na nandyan sa'yo. No? Kaya dun sa mga may edad na, nakagaya ko, tuloy, aral pa rin. Kasi hindi ka magiging serviceable kung nag-stop ka na dun sa learnings. At saka hindi, kaka-Alzheimer disease kayo. No? Tingnan nyo yung mga active people, walang Alzheimer. Okay? So, at pag matanda ka na, you learn computer. Kung mo sabihin na, wala yan sa panahon ko. Wala yan sa panahon mo. Eh, ngayong panahon, mayroon na. Mag-aral ka. No? Kaya naawa ko dun sa CPA na balik ng balik kasi gusto face-to-face, hindi marunong sa computer. Sa isip-isip ko, ayaw ko siyang pagalitan. Pero sa isip-isip ko, hindi ka mabubuhay ngayon, hindi ka marunong sa computer. Pag kumuha ka ng kliyente, online yung kliyente mo, paano ka makaservisyo sa kliyente mo kung ayaw mo ng computer? No? Okay. So, to know the rules and regulations on using computerized accounting system. To gain knowledge about record retention and management. No? Ano tong record retention? This is mandatory. Why? Because once you have created the records, keep mo yun. Itago mo for 10 years. And then sabihin mo, ay naanay, ay nabasa. Bawal yun. No? You will be penalized. Okay, so clarification regarding the topic discussed, wala na po tayong entertainment. Ang mga comments nyo, tingnan natin hari, kung mga may comments kayo along the way na nagawa natin, ipa-summarize ko kay hari and in between siguro we will resolve or answer your concerns, no? Okay. So, bookkeeping using new technology. What are the components of a computerized system? This is very basic, especially ngayon. Kahit elementary pa, high school, meron ng computer, no? So, hardware is the electronic equipment that includes computers, disk drives, monitors, printers, and the network that connects them. Ano yung hardware? Ito yung nakikita ng mata mo, no? Ito yung hard. Ito yung hard. Ito yung may physical features. Ito yung may existence, no? May physical attributes. Yung most systems requires a network to link different computers sharing the same information with a network system. The server stores the program and the data. So itong server, ito yung importante. Why? Because nandun yung information na kinikip ng computer, no? So hardware, ito yung nakikita ng mata natin, no? Software, set of programs that drives the computer. Hindi mo ito makikita, yung software, no? Pero gumagalaw siya, no? Ganun ka-powerful yung God na nag-create sa atin, no? Kasi may hardware, may software. Yung software mo nakikita, pero very important siya, very powerful. Kasi yung hardware walang kwenta pag walang software, no? So, set of programs that drives the computer. Accounting software reads, edits, alters, and stores transactions data. If you try to look at ano yung laman, ano yung papatabo ng accounting softwares, logic, no? Same thing na ano yung papatabo sa tao, logic din, saan nanggagaling sa utak. Yung computer saan nanggagaling sa software, no? Kaya yung tao na hindi na alam yung direksyon sa buhay, nabavirus na yan, no? Anong gamot sa virus? Antivirus, no? So pag ang tao na virus, anong gagawin? Mag-cleansing, no? Siguro you have to tingnan niyo yung tips for smart tips by Mami Elsa. No? Tingnan niyo, ang dami yung mapulutan kasi kinumpile ko ng mga learnings yun all throughout my life. Isang YouTube channel ko na yan, no? Yung smart tips, no? Tingnan nyo yan. Marami kayong mapupulot na mga magandang bagay na pwede nyo apply sa buhay nyo. No? Hindi lang suntok sa buwan. So, many software packages operate independently. Small business may use software for employee payrolls. independently per module. Pwedeng payroll lang, no? Pwedeng customer service lang, or pwedeng whole accounting system. Pagka ganun na yung whole accounting system, marami ng modules yan, no? Other parts of the accounting software for automated. For large enterprises, the accounting software is integrated into the company's database or computerized storehouse of information, no? Storehouse, ito yung data warehouse, ito yung server, no? Depende sa capacity. Ngayon, since using nanotechnology, maraming information na ma-store mo sa server, no? Company personnel, good personnel are critical to success. Siyempre, kaya nga ang tawag ng ibang bansa dyan is human capital. Why? Critical to success, kahit saan. Yung good personnel, critical to success. Yung bad personnel naman, critical to failure. No? Bakit? Kasi yun yung naalala ko sa mga matatanda pa, no? Na naririnig ko sa mga taxpayers ko along the way, nung sinasabi nila, tao yung tutulong sa iyo para gumanda, umangat yung buhay mo. Pero kung hindi ka maingat, tao din ang magpapabagsak sa iyo. No? So, good personnel are critical, so as to bad personnel. Critical din sila. But iba yung dala nila, failure, hindi success. Employees must be both competent and honest. Ano yung competent? Alam yung trabaho, no? Kaya yung sabi ko sa iyo na, sabihin mo sa akin na hindi ko alam, minsan lang. Yung pangalawa, huwag mo nang ulitin. Why? Kasi yung hindi mo alam, pwede mong aralin para malaman mo. Para sabihin mo ulit sa akin na hindi mo alam, kasalanan mo yun. Bakit? Hindi mo inalam, hindi mo tinuruan sarili mo. No? So, competent and honest. Honesty daw is such a lonely word. No? Why honesty is such a lonely word? Because wala nang honest daw na tao sa mundo, no? Siguro in a way meron pa rin, no? Meron pa rin. At nakakatagpo ka pa rin ng mga honest na tao basta ano yun like begets like, no? Pero kung tarantado ka, ay hindi ka makatagpo ng honest na tao kasi tinatarantado mo lang. So lalayo sa iyo yun, no? So, anong klase ng empleyado ang kailangan? Competent and honest. Why? Kasi, pag hindi competent and honest yung company personnel mo, talking about computer, kung ano ilalagay dyan sa computer mo, no? And, pag error yung pinasok sa computer, error din ang gagawin niyang reports, no? Kasi wala namang sarili ang computer na data Ang data na i-process ng computer, manggagaling din sa tao, no? Okay. So, the manual and computerized based system, no? Bookkeeping, a comparison. So, kasi ini-encourage natin yung bookkeeping. So, sa manual bookkeeping, yun ang tinuro ko sa inyo kahapon, manual yun, no? May libro, may journal, may ledger, isulat mo. That is manual. Kaya nga manual, dahil sulat mo pa sa kamay, no? Mano-mano. Saan nanggagaling yan na word? Sa Kastila. Bakit sa Kastila? Because we've been in the Spaniards for 300 years, no? Kaya tingnan mo yung mga features natin. Pati lahi natin, nalahian na rin tayo ng Kastila kasi sa 300 years silang nandito, no? So, bookkeeping for small businesses usually began by writing entries into journals. Hindi yun usually, always. Bakit? Because journals are the book of original entry, no? Yung computerized bookkeeping, nagdo-journal din ba? Yes, but sinong gumagawa? Na computer na, hindi na tao, no? So, anong mapapala natin sa computer? The electronic speed of computers and accounting software gives the appearance that many of the bookkeeping and accounting tasks have been eliminated or are occurring simultaneously, no? So, yung records na gagawin ng 5 katao, yung computer, oras lang. No? 5 katao, 1 linggong gagawin, sa computer oras lang, no? Okay, ganun ka powerful ang computer. Kaya, why not use the computer? Bakit mo papahirapan yung sarili mo? It's a waste of time, no? Journals were defined as the books of original entry in order to reduce the amount of writing, and a general journal Special journals or daybooks were introduced. So yun yung sinasabi natin kahapon sa Revenue Regulations Vidas 1, yung mga special books of accounts, no? Special or specialized journals consisted of a sales journal, purchase journal, cash receipt journal, and cash payment journal, no? Sa computerized naman, for example, preparation of sales invoice will automatically update the relevant general ledger accounts. Kasi kung fully computerized ka, no? Sa taxpayers po natin, large taxpayers, required po sa kanila na fully computerized, no? So, pag fully computerized ka, from the issuance of sales hanggang sa paggawa na ng mga reports, lahat-lahat na yan, done through the computer. So, the moment na ang computer mag-issue na ng resibo, magpo-posting na yan sa entries niya, nag-journalize na siya, pupunta na yan sa T-account, sa ledger, may electronic ledger, pupunta na yan sa report, no? So, yung isang act lang na ginawa mo na yun, na nag-input, no? Yung sales clerk, halimbawa, nag-input na sa computer kasi may sales, nag-issue ng OR. Yung recording, posting, generation of report, bahala na yung computer nun. Wala na manual intervention yun, no? Okay. So, automatically, pag issue mo ng sales invoice, nag-update na yung general ledger accounts, sales, accounts receivable, inventory, cost of goods sold. Bakit papasok siya sa inventory? Kasi bawas na niya doon yung nabenta na goods, no? So, pasok na siya sa cost of goods sold para pag-prepare mo ng income statement, updated yung cost of goods sold, no? Update the customer's detailed information and store the information for the financial statements as well as other reports. So, papasok na yung transactions na yun, nandoon na kung saan siya dapat i-record, no? Computer na ang gagawa. The company's transactions sa manual were written in the journals in date order. In date order, so consecutive according to date, no? Later, the amounts in the journals would be posted to the designated accounts located in the general ledger. Yun yung turo natin kahapon, di ba? From the journal, may T-accounts tayo na ledger, doon naman natin i-summarize yung accounts, yung debit and credits niya in order to know the balance at the end of the month, no? Kung monthly basis yung paggawa natin na report. Example, account includes sales, rent expense, wages expense, cash loans, payable, and others. So, bawat account balance had to be calculated and the account balances were used in the company's financial statements. Pag sinabi mo na debit total, credit total, tapos debit minus credit, kung saan yung ending balance niya, yun yung gagamitin mo sa mga report. Kung equal sila, wala siyang balance, kaya close account yan, hindi mo isasama, no? In addition to the general ledger, a company may have had subsidiary ledgers for accounts such as accounts receivable, no? So may special na books of accounts yung sa accounts receivable sa mga customers, di ba, yung sa mga estudyante, no? Depende sa nature of business ng client or ng user. The accounting software sa computerized naman has been written so that every transaction must have the debit amounts equal to the credit amounts. Wala kang problema kasi ang gagawa ng debit and credit mo, computer na or system na. The electronic accuracy also eliminates the errors that had occurred when amounts were manually written, rewritten, and calculated. As a result, the debits will always equal the credits and the trial balance will always be in balance, no? So no longer will hours be spent looking for errors that occurred in a manual system. Caution, while the accounting software is amazingly fast and accurate in processing the information that is entered, the software is unable to detect whether some transactions have been omitted, have been entered twice, or if incorrect accounts were used, no? Fraudulent transactions and amounts could also be entered if a company fails to have internal controls. Kaya dapat sa accounting may internal control. Why? In order to safeguard the record of the company. Kasi kung puro mali na lang yan, ang patutungan ng company mo bagsak, no? Bakit bagsak? Kasi wala nang matino na reports and then wala nang maayos na operation. So bagsak. Okay. Sa manual, adjusting entries were necessary to the following reasons, no? Additional revenues and assets may have been earned but were not recorded, no? Pwedeng ganun ang gagawin na sa adjusting entries, no? Kaya ka nag-adjust dahil mayroon kang mali na gustong itama, may nakalimutan, may naumit, o may adjust ka na account dahil halimbawa yung office supplies may nagamit ka na, and then i-adjust mo doon sa nagamit at hindi pa nagamit, no? Additional expenses and liabilities may have been incurred but were not recorded, no? And then some of the amounts that had been recorded by the bookkeeper may have been prepayments which are no longer prepaid. And then depreciation and other non-routine adjustments needed to be computed and recorded, no? Itong depreciation, ano yan? Allowance lang, walang actual cash, wala lahat, no? But it's just an allowance. That's why careful din kasi may standard ang pag-compute diyan. Hindi pwede na depreciation mo ganito, no? May basis 'yan. And for BIR purposes, the basis for depreciation is cost, ha? Hindi fair market value. Yung appraisal increase hindi yan na-depreciate for tax purposes. After all of the adjustments were made, the accountant presented the adjusted account balances in the form of financial statements, no? So, tapos na, adjusted na, nandiyan na yung mga ending balance mo, i-present mo na ngayon siya doon sa financial statement. At kahapon, we learned about financial statements na mandatory. Ano yung mga mandatory na financial statements? Yung mga statement of financial position or the balance sheet, and then the income statement or the comprehensive income statement, no? Other comprehensive income. And then we have the statement of changes in equity dun sa capital, and then the cash flow, no? Itong apat, ito crucial to sa na mga reports, no? Attachments sa income tax plus the notes to financial statement or the disclosures, no? Since itong mga apat na financial statements na to are crucial, saan sila nanggagaling? Nanggagaling sa libro doon sa records natin, no? Pagka wala kang records, drawing lang lahat ang ginawa mo dito sa financial statements mo, diyan ka na magka-problema pagdating ng audit, no? And then sisisihin nila yung examiner kasi stricto. Wala kang dokumento na binigay. Kasi stricto, kasi corrupt. Kung sino yung totoong corrupt, no? Kasi examinin ka, wala kang ipakita, tapos makiusap ka lang. Di ano gagawin ng examiner? Ako hindi ko pinagtatanggol yung examiner kasi may mga skalawag din naman talaga ng examiner. Pero in fairness dun sa matitino na examiner, no? Walang ma-examine kasi hindi papakita yung libro, no? Tapos makiusap lang. Actually, kaya sinasabi ko na wala talagang magaling na practitioner kung tutuusin mo. Why? Yung magaling bookkeeper. Bakit? Kasi doon nag-uumpisa talaga yung mga recording, no? Kung maayos yung recording, wala nang pag-uusapan, no? Wala nang pag-uusapan na mga adjustment na yan. The adjusting entries will require a person to determine the amounts and the accounts, no? Kasi importante yung amount and the accounts. Why? Kasi sa recording, mamaya mali yung account na ginamit mo. Or sa amount naman, mamaya kulang, no? So dapat pareho yung amount and the accounts. Without adjusting entries, the accounting software will be producing incomplete, inaccurate, misleading financial statements, no? Kasi hindi mo in-adjust yung mga prepaid expenses na accrue na pala, na nagamit na, no? After the financial statements for the year are released, sa computerized na to the software will transfer the balances from the income statement accounts to the sole proprietor's capital account or to the stockholders' retained earnings account. Depende kung single proprietor at saka kung corporation, no? Magkaiba sila ng account. This allows for the following year's income statement accounts to begin with zero balances, no? Bakit zero? Kasi nag-adjusting entries. The balance sheet accounts are not closed as their balances are carried forward to the next accounting year. no? Carried forward. Kaya yung ending mo ng December, yun yung beginning balance mo ng January of the following year, no? Okay, let's now go to the different accounting softwares, no? So, ito yung mga bago na accounting softwares. So, accounting software is a fundamental application that allows an organization to record the flow of money for internal and external review and auditing. In short, yung software, yun ang ini-install sa hardware at yun ang nagpapatakbo sa computer. Yun ang gumagawa ng proseso sa loob ng computer. It is the primary tool for assessing the financial health of the organization and for meeting legal compliance through such core financial tools as general ledger, accounts payable, receivable, purchase orders, stock or inventory, and billing. No? So magiging effective, compliant yung computerization natin because of the software. No? Modern implementation of the application expands to payroll modules, electronic payment, timesheet, and expenses, among others, in order to gain a wider foothold in the market. No? Why use accounting software? No? Bakit kailangan natin gamitin yung accounting software? Kaya nga free bookkeeping na ito. Bakit pinag-uusapan natin dito accounting software? No? For simplification. Because accounting systems put finance control in the hands of non-accounting audience. So kahit non-accountant ka, mabilis pa rin sa iyo yung accounting because of the aid of the software. No? Designed to give numbers a meaning while performing automated calculations. No? With little to no training at all, the business owner can complete all accounting operations and comply with legal standards from a desktop computer or a mobile device and without paying an external party to keep budget in the loop. No? Cost savings. Accounting and finance systems automate core calculations and administrative procedures and take control of your revenue framework so that you won't have to outsource finance management to an external expert. In parallel, they also reduce costs related to printing and distributing documentations and store sensitive data in secured and monitored locations. So, cost saving po. Kasi sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung ginagawa ng 5 tao, pwedeng gawin sa isang linggo, pwedeng gawin ng computer ng 1 oras. Basta't kompleto yung information. No? Full financial transparency. No? Kaya nga yung gobyerno gusto nila computerized accounting ang gagamitin ng mga taxpayer. And mind you, kahit hindi ito sinasabi ng BIR, para sa akin, if you try to look at yung computerized accounting regulations natin, lahat ng mga online sellers, no, yung mga may electronic transactions, you should maintain a computerized books of accounts. No? Kasi paano mo i-archive yung electronic records mo kung hindi ka computerized accounting? No? Saka sintonado pero mo computerize ka, doing business through the internet, tapos nagmamano-mano ka. No? Doon pa lang sa preparation mo ng resibo, mahirap ka na Why? Pagka computerize ka, you prepare your receipt electronically and then email that, send that to your customer. Tapos, kung mano-mano ka, paano mo yun? Isulat mo muna dito, tapos i-scan mo, padala mo yung scan sa kanila, yung hard copy, i-courier mo. Not so much inconvenience. No? Pero kung computerized accounting yung ginamit mo, mabilis pa. No? Kaya kayo na mga nagbo-bookkeeping at may mga kakilala kayo ng mga online sellers, mag-apply na kayo na bookkeeper, and then i-introduce nyo na sa kanila yung gusto ko nga i-offer yung online bookkeeping din no? Services. And then i-introduce nyo na sa kanila yung computerized accounting system. No? Accurate forecasting, it's one of the main advantages of accounting software. Understanding in detail the patterns and trends of your financial performance is something that would take ages to complete without a solid system. No? So, accounting software gives numbers a meaning, no? Helping you understand where to cut expenses or where to invest more. With a clear overview of your current financial status, you will find it easier to develop smart strategies and allocate resources the right way. No? That's why, alam nyo, sa ibang bansa, they are very particular of information. At talagang they really protect their information. Why? Because you can make good decision because of the correct information. Pag wala kang information, gumagawa ng decision na suntok sa buwan, ano mangyayari sa decision mo? Might as well, ang decision mo, ang gagawin mo, suntok din sa buwan. At alam mo yung suntok sa buwan, puro failure. No? Kaya, we compile information, and based on that accurate information, we make decisions. Yan, talagang, kung sasablay ka man, siguro 5% lang yung sablay, 95% yung success. Productivity. Should a business owner have to choose a single suite of digitized services to improve performance, his first option should definitely be accounting software. No? Gusto mo maging productive, so mag-accounting software ka, computerized ka. These systems drill deep inside the most cumbersome day-to-day tasks of companies. Collect, organize, and analyze their most sensitive data. And what is most important, make smarter use of their money. Productivity, no? Kasi may ready information ka. So, nagagawa mo yung decision na mabilis. Tax compliance. That's why pag bumili kayo ng accounting software, it must be tax compliant, no? So, many of today's top accounting systems are dedicated to payroll assistance and reporting and adhere to tax regulations automatically. No? Kaya do not buy a software na hindi compliant. Why? It will cost you so much for the enhancement, no? Lalo na yung example lang yung mga computer sa accounting system bago mag-train law. Pagdating ng train law, nagbago yung rates ng withholding, ng income tax. So you have to enhance the system and ask for another permit sa BIR to enhance your system, no? It will cost you money. So depende sa system mo, pag nagpa-enhance ka, mahal, no? Kaya pag bumili kayo ng accounting software, yung compliant na kaagad. Once you've activated them, they become your number one source of tax and audit information. They store all the important details for you to maintain a transparent workflow. Improve relationships with customers, no? So one could argue that accounting software has little to do with how customers are served. But that couldn't be any farther from the truth. Why? Kasi may customer service din ang sa computer eh. Most accounting systems nowadays, no, work around effective billing and invoicing and prevent all sorts of delays and miscommunication. Kahit sa ang industry ka, sa transportation, sa retailing, napapabilis lahat because of the computer. They are also easy to personalize on the business behalf and thus make company performance appear more professional and credible. No? Security issues. Financial data is the company's most valuable information. No? Minsan ginagamit sila ng competitor. No? And must be prevented from falling into the wrong hands or getting lost by mistake. Kailangan di nawala. Kaya you have to make it secured and confidential, no? That's exactly what accounting and finance systems do for their users. Prevent accounting from being jeopardized in any way and keeping an extra copy in case you need to retrieve them. May backup, no? Malalaman natin yan mamaya sa computerized accounting system na permit to adapt. In most cases, you will get to build your internal security structure and decide who will have access to sensitive data. Yun yung pagbigay ng access, no? Sometimes nakikita ko nun sa bayan, pinapahiram yung mga access, bawal na bawal yun, no? Okay. What are the types of accounting software? Ito mga samples lang to ha, marami pa. At saka if you try to look, if you try to explore, sobrang dami ng mga accounting softwares ngayon. May mga free pa, no? So you explore. Nakaka-access naman kayo sa internet, you explore more about accounting softwares. No? Bakit? Kasi ang bookkeeping, naka-built-in na yan sa accounting. Kaya pag nag-computerized accounting kayo, automatic na rin yung bookkeeping nyo. No? So billing and invoicing systems. Billing and invoicing systems complete companies' basic to day-to-day tasks. No? Yung magbibigay ka ng billing sa maniningil sa customer and then yung invoicing system na yung magbibigay ka na ng resibo, no? They are more accurate than the manual, no? Payroll management systems, no? Gumagawa ng sweldo ng mga empleyado. More often, yun yung frequency can be daily, weekly, bi-monthly, or monthly, no? And then, automatic kino-compute na doon yung mga deductions. The PhilHealth, SSS, Pag-ibig, and then automatic na rin wini-withhold ang withholding tax, no? Yun yung payroll system. So, wala nang mano-mano na matagal. Okay. Kung ano pa, payroll payment is through banks, naka-look up pa siya sa bangko, no? Connect. Okay. Enterprise Resource Planning System or itong ERP. One of the most important accounting softwares categories, no? Combines all systems used for product planning, material purchasing, inventory management and control, distribution, accounting, marketing, finance, and human resource, no? Latest ERP solutions, also may modules na for customer CRM, no? And business intelligence so that the company can learn from its own practices and prepare better strategies in the future. Yan talaga ang diyan nakakatulong ang computer, no? Time and expense management system. The apps are designed to help expedite billing cycles and approve. Apps means application, no? And approve expenses on the go, and are usually configurable enough for any business to adjust them to its operation pace. The core rationale behind them is to help collect payments, no? Faster and detect slow and ineffective practices that were not visible before. Kahit yung mga financing companies, dati, one week process ng loans. Kahit yung banks, no? Ngayon, it will take 1 day. Release na yung loans mo, no? Biggest advantage is being able to produce detailed graphical reports on how time and resources are being used in each company, no? So what does accounting software do? Accounting is the main component of its system, no? Ano ba yung accounting, di ba? Start siya sa recording, analyzing, summarizing, reporting. Yun ang ginagawa ng computer, no? So, accounting in general. Okay. So, billing and invoicing na ano na natin yan, no? Budgeting and forecasting, management of fixed assets, ito yung property, plant and equipments, payroll management, project accounting, fund accounting, usually ito sa mga non-stock non-profit organizations, no? The inventory management, ito yung ano ko sa inyo na very careful about inventories. What should you consider when getting an accounting system? Integrating invoicing module, depende yan sa needs nyo at saka sa budget nyo, no? Kasi pag mas kumpleto ang system, accounting system, mas mahal, no? Customization, ease of use, security, connectivity, no? Kung saan man kayo, dapat may internet na mabilis, no? Mobile usage, pricing, reliable support, no? Okay. Those are the things that you are going to consider when you look for an accounting software, no? What are the examples of accounting softwares? These are just very few accounting softwares. You can explore for more, no? QuickBooks, ito yung once upon a time na ano sila sa BIR, no? Pero ngayon, compliant na sila. Easy to set up and use, and unlike spreadsheets, it does the accounting automatically, no? QuickBooks helps you keep track of the money coming in and out of your business. All in one easy-to-use place, so you always know where you stand and you're always ready for tax time. Ready for tax time. Kasi every end of the month, may mga ipafile ka. Pindot ka lang, yun na yung mga totals na kailangan mo. Don't worry about losing your laptop or important files. No? QuickBooks automatically backs up your data with bank-level security. So it's always safe and always available from any device. FreshBooks, No? FreshBooks offers a subscription-based product that includes invoicing, accounts payable, expense tracking, time tracking, retainers, fixed assets depreciation, purchase orders, payroll, integration, double entry accounting, industry standard business and management reporting. If you try to look at yung sinasabi niya na ino-offer niya, standard naman talaga yan sa accounting, no? Pero pina-improve lang niya. All financial data is stored in the cloud on a single unified ledger, allowing users to access the same set of books regardless of location, no? On desktop and mobile. It offers a free API, automatic, ang API hari, automatic program interface, no? That enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications with FreshBooks. So, friendly pa siya sa ibang applications, no? Kaya nakaka-integrate siya. Kasi yung iba hindi. So, pag hindi siya compatible, hindi mo magamit kung meron kang ibang applications. FreshBooks also supports multiple tax rates and currencies. Ito na. Kasi yung iba ay hindi pwede to kasi peso sa Pilipinas, no? Ito, multiple tax rates, multiple tax currencies. Kaya hindi ka na mag-a-adjust na ay ibang tax rates dito, iba yung pera dito, no? It also incorporates a payroll feature and projects feature, no? And then we have Zoho, no? Zoho Books. Zoho Books is a cloud-based accounting solution suitable for small organizations. It features contact management, invoices, expenses, sales and purchase orders, project, time tracking, and inventory management, no? Zoho Books comes with automatic bank feeds, collaborative client portal, accounting and taxing, online payments, invoice templates, and analytical reports, no? Organizations can automate recurring activities such as billing, payment reminders, auto charge, and payment thank you note. Oh, imagine yung na-offer nila sa inyo, no? Kaya nga sabi ko, kanya-kanyang software developer, kanya-kanyang bagong features, mga add-ons, no? May pa-thank you pa sa customer, no? Para naging customer friendly. Zoho Books allows users to manage multiple timesheets of different projects and tracking of reimbursable expenses. Organizations can also connect bank and credit card accounts, no? SAP or System Application and Products, ang daming gumagamit nito, no? Na mga large taxpayers. SAP provides the right to foundation for your accounting and reporting teams. Their financial accounting solution unifies robust financial accounting functionalities to help you manage the complexities of your company's global accounting and reporting requirements for greater efficiency and transparency across the enterprise, no? Record all your financial processes into a comprehensive general ledger. Depende kasi sa version, no? Yung business one, yun ang pinaka mura nila. Pero as you go along, iba na ang version, mas mahal. Mas complicated naman yung nagagawa, no? SAP also support multidimensional reporting and parallel accounting standards, no? Get complete financial accounting by integrating assets, payables, receivables, and inventory. Use powerful management accounting tools for orders, project, cost centers, and profit centers. Leverage comprehensive functionality for closing, automation, reporting, and audit support. No? Kung titingnan mo, yung mga sinasabi nila dito, ginagawa din yan ng ibang accounting software, no? Zero accounting software, ang sabi nung ibang participants, ito daw yung pinakamaraming gumagamit ngayon, no? Zero single unified ledger allows users to work in the same set of books, no? Regardless of location or operating system. Its key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing, accounts payable, expense claims, fixed asset depreciation, purchase orders, bank reconciliations, and standard business and management reporting. Zero has more than 200 secure connections with banks and financial service partners around the world. Oh, I can just imagine. A free API, free sa kanila, sa iba may bayad dyan, yung automatic program interface, yung parang middleware. Also enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications with Zero. Zero's integration with 700 plus third-party apps, and there are over 50,000 users of Zero API developer tools. No? Brightpearl, omni-channel retail management platform for inventory management, order processing and fulfillment, contact relationship management, and accounting automation. No? Headquartered in UK. No? And then we have the Sage Intact. Sage Intact has a suite of subscription-based accounting products. Its web-based applications are built on top of its internally developed platform. Sage Intact's application includes accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, collaborate, general ledger, order management, purchasing and reporting, and dashboards. No? Casio, easy-to-use accounting solution for freelancers, small business owners, and independent entrepreneurs to track income and expenses, manage taxes, send invoices, and accounting functions. No? Okay, so yun po lang po yung ginawa nating mga samples, although sabi ko na sa inyo, you can explore for more and depending on your needs, no? At saka you consider also the price, yung budget nyo. But sabi ko na sa inyo, it's cheaper kung meron tayong software at mas madali yung trabaho natin. No? Before we go to the various accounting softwares na ipapakita namin sa inyo, let's have a break of 15 minutes, no? Let's be back at ano oras na hari? 9:08 sa mata mo. 10 na. So 10:10 plus 15 o 10:25, no? So let's be back at 10:25 para papakita namin sa inyo yung mga different accounting softwares, no? And in the afternoon, doon na tayo sa computerized accounting system, mga rules and regulations.
Hello, good morning po. Magpi-play po ako ngayon ng sample video or demo ng mga accounting software.
Welcome to QuickBooks Easy Setup tutorial. We will be going over how to set up your business today and start using it on the desktop 2019. You can also use this tutorial for any versions going back through 2016. So let's get started. The first option we have is to set up the business quickly. We can use the Express Start. This gets the main information in there so you can start recording in your check register or invoicing. What I like to use is the Detailed Start. This way I put in the information once and I don't have to go back to it again. So this way I can set up the items that I need, customers, all in one sitting, which we'll do today. If you do have an existing QuickBooks, you'll go to other options and follow the instructions through there, or if you're converting your Quicken data and other accounting software, you can also look in the help menu to determine the software that does convert up into QuickBooks. First thing you want to do is get started by putting your company name, tax ID, and of course you can get this off your tax return or you're using your Social Security as a sole proprietor. Your address, email address, and website, as these also show up on your invoices. QuickBooks gives you an industry type to choose from, and you want to choose the closest to your type of business. This way it sets up your chart of accounts for the most used chart of accounts in your industry. And it makes everything a little bit simpler because they've done all the hard work. We will be using a general product-based business chart of accounts today for you to review, but please select the one that best matches your company. In here, this will ask you for your type of tax form or business entity that uses, such as a sole proprietor, a 1040 form, or if you're a corporation, it's a Form 1120. So this can also be used to help guide you for exporting your books to TurboTax. You want to select the first month of your fiscal year. Some corporations, their first month is July, but in this case, we're going to use a calendar year, which is January. In here, it will set up your administrator password. This is very important because this is the one that can add users and has all access to the QuickBooks. So you want to make sure that you put in a password and keep that confidential somewhere. Now it's asking you where you actually want to add your file to. So it's saying you want to save it in company file on, you could say your desktop or in your PC on your C drive. Usually it will give you a default folder, so you might just want to use that. Once you've selected the destination for your company, then it will ask you to customize QuickBooks for your business. In doing so, we're going to use both the service and products. I always say, why not get as much as you can in here in case I need to use it. But you can set up just for service-based or a product only. It also will track your sales tax. If you are, you will select yes. In the sales, it will give you an option to create an estimate, and the estimate can be turned right into an invoice, so you don't have to type it twice. But if you are using estimates, you'll want to select yes. Okay, tracking the customer orders in QuickBooks. That's up to you if you want to use sales orders. Some businesses choose to use that, but that's an option for you as well. And then using statements in QuickBooks for billing. You may have some like a condo fees place that would want to charge a monthly fee. They could use statements for their billing. A lot of people use progress invoicing, and you can still just do an invoice every month and memorize it, or you can use a progress invoicing. That is an option mostly used by contractors. Managing the bills you owe. This is telling QuickBooks that do you like to enter the bills and pay the bills, so you would be creating accounts payable is what it's called. I just hit yes on this. Let's move through it. If you track inventory, we will be going over that in the next seminar, but for right now I'm going to say no, we're not tracking any inventory. And time tracking, if you do have employees that work on jobs of yours, you can track their time in here. And if you do have employees, they have a beautiful payroll system that will give you a full service payroll, or you can actually pay all the taxes yourself and produce the reports. But I have used that for many years. Great program. And then we're going to set up the chart of accounts and see the accounts we want to use, maybe take out some. We also want to select the date to start tracking our finances, so you might want to go all the way back to 2018. And here is where we'll select the income and expense accounts. Over here to the left is an option to check off the accounts that you would use. And in some cases, in this case, they didn't want to use sales discounts. They don't offer that, so they didn't want that extra piece in the chart of accounts. And as you see scrolling down, there are different options again for the expense side of it. Maybe they didn't want to select business licenses and permits, but I certainly would. And then I might add equipment rental as well. So you're not going to find everything in here, but you should find 90% of the accounts you need to use. And this all translates back to, if you want to use this for TurboTax, all these are GAAP approved and move seamlessly over so you can file your own taxes. And then once you've completed that, you get a nice congratulations and go to setup. The first screen, so this is your opening screen here, and it's asking you, do you want to go ahead and set up the detail on adding people you do business with, products you sell, and bank accounts? And I say, yes, we do. So the first one we're going to add is the people we do business with. Now, to the left, it's saying you can import from Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail, or paste just from an Excel sheet. A lot of times if you're importing the data in, you can use an Excel spreadsheet. Really simple here. This is the coolest thing, I think. When you're in here, you can determine if they're a customer, vendor, or employee. Now, you don't get to put as much information as you'd like, but you get the main information in here and can start using the system. And you'll notice we've got ATEC is a company that is a vendor, so people that we pay. And then we've got customer, which is our customer here. And of course, Tom Wade is our employee. Pretty easy to add all of that, and it adds it correctly into the system. Next up, we'll go to all the products and services you sell. In here, we're just saying that we're a service-based company, but you can also do non-inventory. That means you're not keeping a physical inventory of your parts, but you do sell a gadget. So in here, I want to go ahead and for a line item on my invoices, I would say I do labor, a consulting service, and I'm $150 an hour. I also have my products that I sell, so I'm saying gadget 1, gadget 2, and here's what I sell them for. So I'm adding all my products right here that I sell. I can also add them on the fly inside of the invoice that I'm selling, but it's really nice and simple because I can immediately start using these. And it tells me, all right, you've added 3 items. If they weren't correct, they'd make me go back and fix it. So it's a good way to make sure that you've done everything proper in QuickBooks. All right, last thing we're going to add is the bank account. In here, you want to add all of your bank accounts that will be going and bringing funds in for your business. So I've got my Wells Fargo checking, and the reason why I put checking on there is we may have a savings account. And then I have a PayPal account that also goes and has its own bank statement that I reconcile, and I have a merchant account. So I'm able to add all of these with the opening balance for my checking account. All these seem to get transferred into my checking account, so they all start at 0. But I've added all my bank accounts that quickly. Next thing we want to do is just start working. This is the dashboard or front screen of your desktop version. Very nice clear pictures here. If you want to enter a bill, pay a bill, here's the icons that you would select. We'll be going over that along with creating invoices, receiving payments, and also viewing our check register. These are main points I need to get started. I want to go over one more feature with you because I think it's very important. In these days, we can have a bank feed from our bank. And it's off to the left side of the QuickBooks, and you'll notice there's a little bank here called Bank Feeds. You can actually connect that Wells Fargo account by entering your bank's name here. It would be your login for your Wells Fargo, and it will download data daily, so you can actually use these bank feeds to bring all your information in if you're a really small company, if you're not using any of the invoices or bills. If you're just using a straight register, this is the way to go. So we're going to go into our register right now. There's an icon on here to the right, and this will ask you what account do you want to go into. We're going to go into the Wells Fargo checking. It will tell you at the top. And when we actually added the checking account, we told it the opening balance. So this is just like a check register in, at home that you keep, where you have the payments you've made and deposits brought in. This is the main place I go to make sure everything's recorded properly. I can add my transactions directly from this register. Again, just like your home register, you'll fill out the information, which is the name, the amount, and in this case, we're going to select the expense account, and this would be a cost of goods. I have now added this, and you can see this item at the top here. I can also add deposits in the same register, so I really don't have to go anywhere out into the forms. Here I'm going to select income account because these are the type of income accounts I selected on the chart of account. And now I can see my opening balance along with the transactions I just put in there and the deposit. Again, this shows me my ending balance. Next thing we're going to do is use the forms. We're going to enter bills. These are bills that you owe. A bill form makes you put in the vendor name, a reference number. The reference number then tracks, so you can't duplicate having the same bill number in there. You can set the terms, and the main part you want to get is the account, which in this case, cost of goods. If I have a customer, the customer then can be selected here, and if I need to bill this charge back to them, I can select this box right here. Next, I want to pay bills. In here, I want to select to the left here the bill that I want to pay. It's telling me it's going to come out of my Wells Fargo checking, and I can print a check. I can also just assign a check number. Here's where I can print the check, or I can pay more bills. Next, we're going to go over on how to create an invoice. We select the customer Z Company, and Z Company is the one we just put those charges to. It will say, do you want to select outstanding billable time? If so, it will actually show me the item and bring it in, and I can charge the customer the 40, or I can change the amount. Also, I can add new products. Say I want to add a gadget, it's 50 and it's taxable. I can also put my labor in. I can also put in gadget 2 at 5, and we end up billing the customer with the items we just added. Now I want to receive a payment. In receiving a payment, I'm calling up the name of the customer that gave me the payment. I've selected that it's a check, so therefore I'm putting the check number in, selecting the invoice to the left with a check mark, and I'm only going to pay $100 because the check was only for $100, but it was on this invoice. You can record the whole amount. I'm just giving you the option here. And last thing you want to do is record your deposit. You may have multiple checks you received in a day. Say you receive 5 at $1,000 apiece, you would have a deposit going into the bank for $5,000. So you can record one deposit that matches for your bank reconciliation. When I go to make the deposit, it says, is this the only check you're depositing? And I'll put a check mark right here, and yes. It will then select the deposit account, in this case, the Wells Fargo. Now, a lot of times you may receive, such as like a retail shop will receive a register. So when the client comes in and buys the product, they're buying it right then, and you don't have an open invoice. So in that case, they've created what is a sales receipt, where you can do all the transaction on one receipt. So in here, I want to go ahead and charge this customer sales tax because we did set that up. The main things that I need are the sales tax rate and who I pay it to. And once I do that, I have my sales receipt where the client's coming in, they're buying gadget 1, 2 of them, and it is taxable, and I've set up my tax rate at 8 1/4. This will track my sales tax that I owe for a period of time. Now I can go over to my check register and verify that I have all my deposits in, and also it seems I have a check to print still. There are 2 main reports that I use in here, but there are well over 365. The main ones I use are from the drop-down reports. Company and Financial Profit and Loss Standard is the first one. Profit and Loss Standard is a snapshot in time of your income and your expenses for a net income that you can pull and filter for date, or if you're cash or accrual. The next report is a balance sheet report standard. The balance sheet report, again, is through a snapshot in time, and this shows your assets and your liabilities. So it has your checking account. And again, like I said, we had charged sales tax, so we owe that to State Board. It will keep track of all of that, keep track of, again, what's in my Wells Fargo bank and who owes me money. And the company had just paid $100, so they still owed $350. Shows my opening balance I started with. Last but not least, to make sure and double check all the entries in your checking account, you want to go ahead and reconcile. So you'll reconcile your bank accounts, your PayPal, your merchant accounts, and that will be your double check. You'll go through from your bank statement and putting the statement ending date and the ending balance and hit continue. You will select all the items that have cleared the bank statement. The main thing is that you want to come down here and come to zero. This will show you, just like on your bank statement, how many deposits and how many checks. So you can verify where you're off. If not, come to zero, you can hit reconcile, and you are done. And know that your information has been double checked by your bank reconciliation and feel most comfortable sending those reports to a bank. I want to thank you again for taking the time to go through this. Please get started on your own. If you need any help, I am available for personal training. Thank you again for watching.
Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll and more. By the end of the video you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Finally, I just want to let you know to view this video at 1080p for maximum sharpness. So without wasting any more time, let's get going. Let's start off by having a look over the main menu. Xero's main menu runs along the top of the screen and gives you access to every part of Xero that you'll need to do the bookkeeping for your business. Let's start on the left hand side of the screen where there's a drop down menu, and from this drop down menu we can get access to a few crucial areas of Xero. The first one here is the files section, and in this files section we can store files directly in Xero without having to store them anywhere else. This includes files such as PDFs or images or spreadsheets or whatever else you like. There's a few different ways you can get files into this section. You can upload them by clicking on this button. You can take photos of documents by linking up your webcam and pressing this button. And you can even email files in. And as I said before, this section allows you to store files in Xero on the cloud without having to store them anywhere else. So let's go back to the main menu and have a look at the next section, which is the settings section. The settings section is divided up into a few different subsections, and when you first open your Xero account, you'll need to go into these subsections and set up your business properly. For example, you'll need to go into the organization details section and add details such as the name of your business, the type of business you run, such as a company, and the ABN number if you have one. And if you will be processing pay runs for your business in Xero, you'll need to go into the payroll settings section and make sure everything is set up correctly there before you do your first pay run. Likewise, if you send out sales invoices, you may need to go into the payment services section and set up accounts such as PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts so you can receive money from your customers. So that's a quick overview of the settings section, which you can find through the drop-down menu here on the left. The other items that you need to be aware of in this first drop-down menu are the link here to the app marketplace, where you can go if you need to buy third-party software that connects with Xero that you can use to manage things such as expenses or fixed assets or inventory, and also a link to the My Xero section, where you can go to access the demo company, to reset the demo company, or to change organizations if you're managing more than one live organization. So moving along to the next item in the main menu, which is a link to the main dashboard. If you click this link, you will be taken back to the dashboard no matter where you are in Xero. So now let's have a look at the other drop-down menus in Xero's main menu. The first one here is the business menu, and from here you can see that you can access areas of Xero to do with invoicing to your customers, bills that you need to pay, expense claims, and products and services, which is another name for inventory. On the next menu item, accounting, you can see that you can access your bank accounts, you can access certain reports, and you can go to certain advanced functions such as the place where you go to manage the chart of accounts, your fixed assets register, and also to post manual journals. The next menu item is payroll, and if you have a Xero subscription with payroll, then this item will show up for you. If you do not have payroll in your Xero subscription, this menu item won't show up in your live account, but it will still show up in the demo company. So you can still practice doing payroll in the demo company even if you don't have it in your live Xero account. And here you can see that we're provided links to all the different things that we need to do to set up and run our payroll. The next menu item is for projects. And the final drop down menu here is for contacts. And in here you can manage the contact details of your customers and your suppliers and your contractors, and you can also create groups of customers that you can use to bulk send invoices. The final part of Xero's main menu are these icons off to the right. The first icon here, which is a plus symbol, just gives you quick links to certain things that you might use quite a bit when you're doing the bookkeeping for your business, such as creating invoices or bills, or going in and managing your contacts, doing quotes or purchase orders, or posting manual journals. And there's also links there to create spend money, receive money, and transfer money transactions. The next button along here is a search button that you can use to search for anything in Xero. And you can see here that it's not available when you're in the demo company, but it will be available in your live account. So if you need to search for anything in your live Xero file for your business, you can click on this magnifying glass here. The next icon here is a link to the notifications area, and this is the area where you will receive notifications from Xero if there's anything that they need to notify you about. And the second last icon here is to get to the help section. So if there's something you need help on, if you want to try and find an article on it, you can type some keywords into here, and you can see if you can find an article on it. If not, you can access the help center down here. There's a link, and if you're really stuck, there's a link here to find a Xero advisor. And the final icon on the main menu just gives you a link to your profile and your account, and also a way to log out. So that was a quick overview of Xero's main menu and how to access all the different parts of Xero from the main menu. So now let's have a look at some of those parts in a bit more depth. Okay, now let's have a look over the invoicing section of Xero. To get there, you just need to go to the business drop-down menu, and there you can see the top 3 menu items relate to invoices. There's invoices, quotes, and the sales overview screen. Let's go to the sales overview screen first. And as the name suggests, this screen gives us an overview of all the sales invoices that we have created and either sent out to the customers or are still waiting to be sent out. So if we start from the top of the screen, we can see there's a few buttons there. This first button you can click on to create invoices, quotes, or repeating invoices or credit notes. The second button you can press if you want to send statements to your customers for their outstanding invoices, to let them know just in one statement all the invoices that they've got outstanding with you. There's also a button here to import invoices. And over on the right, there's a search button where you can search for invoices or quotes by the number or the reference number or the customer's name or anything else. So I'll just close that. The next part of the screen is a panel that shows the various stages of invoices and how many invoices there are at those stages. So the first panel here you can see is for draft invoices, and we can see here in the demo company there are 4 draft invoices worth a total of $2,200. The next panel along tells us that there is 1 invoice that's awaiting approval from someone who is allowed to approve invoices. The next panel shows us that there's $16,000 worth of invoices that we're waiting for customers to pay us for, and there's 10 invoices in total. And of that 10, 3 of them are overdue to a value of just over $7,000. You can click through to the invoices in these sections from these panels. So if I click on the draft panel, for example, we're taken to a screen where you can see all 4 of the draft invoices that total $2,200, and you can also see that a lot of the buttons and links on this screen are similar to the sales overview screen. So let's go back to the sales overview screen and continue to have a look at the sections on this screen. So the next section down is a little chart that just shows you the timing of money that you're expecting to come in, which is based on the invoice due dates, and you can see there's quite a lot there in December. And then to the right of that, there's another chart showing you the customers that owe the most. So we've got Ridgeway University there owing us more than any other customer. And the final section on this screen is for quotes. There are no quotes created here in the demo company, so I can't really show you around that, but you may use quotes in your business, and if you do, then you can access information on those quotes via those panels down the bottom of the screen there. The next thing I want to do is quickly show you how to create an invoice. So you can do it by clicking on the button here and creating an invoice from here like we saw before, but instead of doing it from here, I'll show you how to do it from the main invoices screen, which is basically the same way anyway. So let's just go up to the invoices screen through the business menu there, and this is the main invoices screen, and from here you can see this is a list of all the invoices. So along here there's different panels that you can click on to see the invoices that are at various stages along the way, just like I showed you before on the sales page. So this panel shows you all of the invoices no matter what stage they're at, and then you can click on these panels to look at draft invoices, awaiting approval invoices, awaiting payment invoices, invoices that are paid, and also repeating invoices. So from here, let's have a look at how to create a new invoice, and to do that we just click on the button at the top of the screen here that's similar to the button on the other screen that we looked at before, and click on new invoice, and this takes us to the new invoice screen that we can use to create an invoice. So let's just do a very quick example. So in the first panel here, we just need to type in the customer's name. So if we just type in A, it'll bring up all the customers that start with A. So we'll choose ABC Furniture. This is the date that we're creating in the invoice. We just need to select a due date as well, so let's do in 2 weeks time. The next box is for an invoice number, which has been automatically generated by Xero, which is fine. And then we can choose different ways of branding our invoices, and there are a few different branding templates set up in Xero, so we'll just leave it on the standard one for now. And if we click on preview, we'll be able to see the invoice at any stage. So we won't do that yet because we haven't finished creating it. And this button here, you can click on this button if you want to upload files to attach to this invoice, and the files will be saved in Xero. So if there's anything that you want to remain with the invoice forever, you can simply upload it through this button. So let's just quickly finish creating our invoice, and we'll do it for services rendered, the quantity of 1, and then we'll just put a unit price of $100 in there. There's no discount percentage. You can see Xero has defaulted to put it in the general ledger code sales. Sales has a default tax rate of 10% GST on income. We're not going to assign it to any region. So there's the total amount of $100 at the end there. And up here you get to choose whether you want the amount to be inclusive or exclusive of tax, or if there's no tax. At the moment you can see it's inclusive of tax, which means that when we put $100 in, that includes GST. So it calculates the GST down the bottom as 1/11 of the $100. If we change that to exclusive, we're saying that the $100 does not include GST. So now Xero calculates the GST on top of the $100, and the total invoice is now $110. So let's put it back to tax inclusive. And then from here, all you need to do is decide what to do next. So if you're an invoice approver, you can go straight into approving the invoice by clicking on this button. Or if you're not an invoice approver, or if you want to save it as a draft for any other reason, you can just click on the save button, or you can click on the drop down here and choose any one of those options down here. So let's just approve the invoice, and you can see there that we get a success message at the top saying that our invoice has been approved for $100. So let's go back to the invoices screen and see where it is. So I'll just click on invoices. So we're back on the invoices screen, and because we approved the invoice, it's in this awaiting payment section, and there it is at the top, ABC Furniture for $100. We didn't email the invoice to the client, so it's not marked as sent like these invoices down here. If we did email it to the client, then that would say sent. If you do want to email an invoice to a client, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. The first way is from this screen. You can just tick on the invoice here and then click on the email button, and it brings up a little send invoice box where you can put in the email addresses. You can put in more than one address there if you like, and then there's just a normal subject line and message area for the email. So I won't send it from here because this is the demo company. And you can also include files as attachments, and you can include a PDF copy of the invoice with the email. So I'll just cancel out of there. I'll just show you, you can also print the invoice from here after you've ticked it, and that will download a PDF version of the invoice in case you want to email it some other way or print it out. And the other way you can do both of those things is if you go into the invoice itself, and you can see there's an email button up here and a print PDF button, and they do exactly the same things as you could do from the other screen. So that's a basic overview of invoicing in Xero. Okay, now let's have a look at the purchasing and bills section of Xero. So to get there, we just go to the business drop-down menu, and these three items in the middle are for purchases and for bills that we need to pay. So the first one we'll have a look at is the purchases overview. And this is a screen that just shows us a summary of the current billing situation for the demo company. So if we start from the top, we can see there's a few buttons here. The main one is this new button that you can click to create a new bill, a new one-time bill that is. You can also create repeating bills, you can create credit notes, and you can create purchase orders. Over on the right here, there's also a search box. So if you need to search for a bill by reference number or a contact name or something else, you can use this search box. Next, we have this group of panels here that shows the timeline of the current bills that are sitting in the demo company. And you can see on this first panel here that we have one draft invoice for $115.20 that's been created. And then as we move along, there's one that's awaiting approval, and there's 12 that are approved and awaiting payment. And of those that are awaiting payment, 8 of them are overdue to a value of $5,600. And as we continue to move further down the screen, we can see that there's a graph here that just shows some dates and the amounts of bills that are due on those dates. So we can actually adjust that chart by just moving this along so we can see further into the future. And the way from the bills they have set up in the demo company here, you can see that there's nothing past due from the 24th there. If we slide along further into the future, there's nothing there, so you can adjust that if you like. And then down the bottom here, we have some similar panels to the bills section. These are for purchase orders. So if you use purchase orders in your business, you can have a look here on the purchases overview screen and see what the story is at the moment. So there's one draft purchase order, there's none that are awaiting approval, and there's 5 that are approved. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a one-off bill in Xero. You can do it from this screen if you click on the new bill button up here, but I'll show you that you can also do it from the bill screen. So this is the main billing screen where you can see all of the bills that are in the system, whether they're awaiting payment or draft or paid, whatever else. There's tabs along the top here that you can click on to see the bills that are in their various stages, just like you could from that main purchaser screen. So if we have a look at awaiting payment, we can see all the bills that have been approved and still haven't been paid. So let's go and create another one by clicking on the new bill button at the top here. So let's just create a bill for purchasing some office supplies. So I'll type in office here to bring up one of the contacts that we've already got in the system, and we'll choose the due date. You can put a reference number in if you like, and you can also attach files to this bill if you have anything that you might need to reference later on for this bill. So it could be a purchase order, or it could be an Excel spreadsheet or an email or anything else. So let's just put in the description of supplies for the office, and we'll say that we purchased 10 and they were $50 each, and they should go to the printing and stationery account. And you can see that that's automatically set up to have GST on expenses, which will be at a rate of 10%. So because we have this set to tax exclusive, the amount that we've got in here as the total is exclusive of GST. So Xero has added 10% GST onto it to make the total bill $550. If we change that to tax inclusive, it means that this amount is already inclusive of GST. So Xero will calculate 10% of that total, being 1/11, which is $45.45. So you can see the total bill is still $500. So that's the difference between the two. There's also no tax in there, but that's not relevant to this because stationery does attract GST. So once you've got it set up, you can save it as a draft by clicking on the save button over here, or you can approve it for payment right away if you are authorized to do that. So let's click on approve. And Xero has given us a success message at the top to say that our bill is approved. If you do need to, you can click on this button here to print a copy of the bill as a PDF. And if you've made a mistake, you can either void the bill or you can just edit the bill. So if you needed to change the amounts or the account code or something else, you can click on edit and go in and make changes. But we're happy with this bill, so let's go back to our billing screen. And here you can see that we're in the tab for bills that have been approved and are awaiting payment. And here's our bill at the top for our office supplies for $550. So that's how you successfully create a bill in Xero. So that's a one-off bill. If you have bills that you pay regularly, you can create repeating bills in Xero to save you from having to create the same bill over and over again, say monthly. So to do that, you just go up here and you just click on new repeating bill, and you can create a bill for your phone bill or your rent or whatever you like. But let's just have a quick look at any repeating bills that are already set up in the demo company. So we'll click on the repeating tab. And here we can see that there are some repeating bills set up. So this first one here is for the monthly bill to pay Xero for using the software. So if we click into that, we can see that all the relevant details are in, the description and the amount and the GL code. And we can see at the top here that the bill repeats every month, and when the system creates it, it goes straight into the approved bucket, so it doesn't need to be approved by anyone. It's already automatically approved, and it will show up in that approved tab, ready for payment. So let's just go back and have a look at another one. So we'll just cancel out of here, and you can see what I mean here, that that first bill is auto approved. If we have a look at another one that's saved as draft, so this particular repeating bill here, so this is for the monthly ADSL or internet connection, and you can see that instead of this one being automatically approved when Xero creates it, it actually saves it as a draft instead. So it still needs to be approved by someone. It'll end up in the drafts tab. So if we cancel out of there and go back to this main page, so that Xero bill will automatically show up here in this tab every month, and the bill for the ADSL will automatically show up in this drafts tab every month, and then someone will have to go and approve it. So that's how you manage repeating bills in Xero. And that's also the end of our look at the purchases section of Xero. So let's move on now to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at the expense claims section of Xero. To get there, just click on business in the main menu and go to expense claims. So the first thing we'll do is just have a quick look at some of the settings. So if you click on this cog up here, it'll take you to the expense settings section. And you can see here in the general tab, there's an option here to enable receipt analyzing. So if you click that, you will allow Xero to analyze photos that you or your employees take of receipts for their expense claims, and then the system will try to create an expense claim automatically so that you don't have to type in all the information. So we'll just untick that again, and then in the next few tabs you can control who the users are, you know, which of your employees are allowed to submit expense claims, and thirdly, you can control which general ledger accounts people are allowed to send expense claims to. So they won't all be appropriate. So for example, no one would should be allowed to submit an expense claim to the depreciation account or cost of goods sold account. So you can just tick the general ledger codes down here that you feel are appropriate, such as entertainment and advertising, etc. So back to the expense claims main screen here, you can see that there are various stages of expense claims. So in this incomplete section here, you can see that that it contains the expense claims that are in the draft stage still, so they haven't been submitted and they haven't been approved. If they have been submitted but are not yet approved, they show up down here in the in review section with the label submitted. And then if they have been approved, the label approved is applied, and they also Xero also will create a bill for that particular expense claim, so you can pay the person the money that you owe them. So that's an overview of expense claims in Xero. Let's move on now to the products and services section. The next section we'll have a look at is the products and services section of Xero, which is also the inventory section. So to get there, just go to the business menu and products and services. And here we can see that there are a few different kinds of products and services. So if we have a look here, we can see there's some golf balls and there's some t-shirts, and those are all products that have a buying price or a cost price and a sale price with a margin in the middle. So they're physical products. And there's also some services set up here. So services such as development work with hourly rates and day rates. And there's some more down here for project management and some half-day training and desktop network support. So some of these items here are products and some of them are services. They're not all physical inventory. So you can create new items by clicking on this new item button, and you can also import and export some of the data. Now, if you run a business where you do have inventory, you may find Xero's products and services section a little bit basic. So if you need something more sophisticated, such as the third-party add-on, you can go to this main menu and go to the app marketplace and see if you can find something more sophisticated and more appropriate for your business. And I'll just finish off by showing you what these item codes can be used for, particularly for services. So you can see here there's a DevD item code here. So if we do some development work for a client and we want to invoice them, we can go to the invoicing section. We can create a new invoice. And then when we go to fill in the line items, we can click on this item here, click on the drop down, and you can see here, this is where the products and services show up. So if we click on DevD that we were looking at before, that will automatically populate our invoice with all the information that was set up in the products and services section. So even though the products and services section is probably a little basic for physical inventory such as golf balls and t-shirts, it is pretty handy if you have particular services that you invoice people for over and over again. You can just set up the services here. So that was our overview of products and services and inventory in Xero. Let's have a look now at bank accounts. Okay, now let's have a look at one of the more important parts of Xero, which is how to manage your bank accounts. So no matter what kind of business you've got, you're likely to have at least one bank account or credit card or PayPal account or whatever it may be, and they're all controlled from the bank accounts section. So on the main dashboard here, you can see the two bank accounts that are set up in the demo company. There are a couple of panels here to show you the information on those bank accounts, and you can also see that you can click into those bank accounts by clicking on the names of them. If you want to reconcile this main account, you can click on the button, and you can also access a few things by clicking on the three buttons on the right hand side here. But let's go into the bank accounts from the main menu. So you just need to click on accounting and bank accounts, and here you can see the main bank account screen. And the reason I've gone in here instead of from the main dashboard is that there are some extra buttons at the top here that allow you to do a few things, such as adding a new bank account, which you'll have to do when you first set up your business on Xero. So if we click on that, you can see here that there's a process you need to go through to set up a bank account. So here in Australia, it's brought up some of the main banks here. So let's click on ANZ. Then you go to the next screen where you type in your account name and the account type. So let's just say it's an everyday bank account, and we'll just call it business bank account, business account 2, and then you can type in the BSB and account number. So I'll just put some pretend numbers in there, and if we go to continue, you can see we have a new bank account down here. Now we haven't actually got any transactions in that account because we only just set it up. So you can click on here to import a bank statement, and that's a manual import process. So you'll need to download transactions from your online banking, put them into the template that Xero provides through the process, and then import them to get the transactions in here. Normally what you'd like to do though is set up automatic importing, and that's one of the main benefits of using Xero. So every day your bank transactions will be automatically imported into the bank accounts that you've got set up in Xero. I can't show you how that works in the demo company because it's not activated in the demo company. But if you can get that set up for your bank accounts, it's a real time saver. So let's just have a look at the two bank accounts that Xero has set up in the demo company here. And the first thing you'll probably notice is that the main business bank account has this button here saying that there's 28 items to reconcile, while the other bank account says that it's reconciled. So if we go into this one and we look on the reconcile tab, we can see that there's no transactions to reconcile, and that the balance in Xero is the same as the balance in the online banking facility. So if we go back to the main bank account screen, and now we go into the business bank account, so we can either click on this button here to go straight to the reconcile tab, or we can click through the same way we did the other account and then click on the reconcile tab. And here you can see that there are 28 items that need to be reconciled. So on the left hand side we have the bank statement lines, and these are the transactions that are imported from your bank account, whether you manually uploaded them or whether they came through the automatic feed system that you hopefully can set up for your bank accounts. And then on the right hand side we have transactions in Xero, and the idea is that every single bank account item needs to match to a transaction in Xero. So whether that's a sales invoice or a bill or an expense payment to a client or something else, it needs to match, and then you can reconcile it. Xero will always try to automatically match your bank transactions with invoices and bills, etc., that you already have set up in Xero. And when that happens, it shows up as a match, just like it has here, and this OK button will appear in the middle, so you can see the button is there for a few of the transactions that have matched, and it's not there for others. So there's no matching general ledger transaction for this $15.75 spend at the bakery. Once Xero does match these things together, or you do it yourself, and the OK button shows up, all you need to do is click on it, and that item is reconciled. So you can do that one as well, and as you scroll down you can see there's more of them. So for bank account transactions that come through on your feed that do not have a matching transaction in Xero, you need to create them. So you can do that manually by using this create tab here. So if you like, you can just create a spend money transaction for this. So we could say it's the Cooper Street Bakery, and we can say that that might go to, let's say, entertainment, and we can put a description in if we like, but we won't do it here. And you can see now that we've created a transaction, so the OK button appears, and if we click OK, then that item will be reconciled in our accounts. It will disappear from here. So likewise, we've got some money coming in here for $2,000, and we can create some sort of receive money transaction because it looks like it's not matching to a sales invoice. And the other thing you can do is to create bank rules, and the rules will look for certain information in your bank transactions and then try and create a general ledger transaction automatically. So you can have a look at the bank rules by going to manage account bank rules, and we can see here that there's only one of them set up here in the demo company in this particular bank account called 7-Eleven, and it's a spend money rule. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for a payee that contains the word 11, and it will try and match bank account transactions and then create a general ledger transaction automatically. So if we go back to our bank feed and just go back to bank accounts, back into the business bank account and into the reconciliation tab, you can see here there's a transaction that does actually contain the word 11 for 7-Eleven, and Xero has automatically created a general ledger transaction to match it to. So we can just straight away click on OK, and that's reconciled. So that's just another way that Xero tries to help you to automatically reconcile transactions, and you can create as many bank rules as you like for whatever transactions you like. So for example, we could create a rule for Central City parking, and then every time Xero spots Central City parking, coming through your bank feed, it will try to create a general ledger transaction for you. Then the OK button will show up, and then you can just go through and click OK, and it's reconciled. So let's just go back up to the top here and have a look at some of these other tabs. We can see there's a cash coding tab, and from here you can manually code the transactions that have come through on the bank feed to general ledger accounts. And it can be a faster way of doing it than using the reconcile tab. So it's just a matter of preference really as to which way you want to do it. The next tab just shows the bank statement transactions, and you can see here that some of them are unreconciled and some of them have been reconciled. There's also one that's been deleted there. And then finally the account transactions tab, which shows you transactions in Xero's general ledger. So that includes things like invoices and bills that have been set up, and again you can see some of them have been reconciled to bank account transactions and some of them are still unreconciled. So that's a little overview of how to reconcile a bank account in Xero. If we go back to the main bank account screen, I'll just point out that if you have other accounts such as credit cards or PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts or anything like that, you still manage them from this section here. So you just go into add bank account, and if for example it's a PayPal account, you can just type in PayPal and then go through the process of adding the PayPal account through here. So that's it for bank accounts. Let's move on now to the next section. Let's have a quick look now at some of the reporting that you can do in Xero. So if you click on the accounting menu, you can see that there is a report section, and this is the favorites section. So these particular reports have been favorited, and they include the business activity statement and the balance sheet, cash flow and profit and loss. So you can go directly to those reports from here because they're favorited. If you want to go and look at a different report, you just click on reports, and from here you can go into any one of Xero's reports, and you can see the reports that have been favorited have a little star next to them that's been selected. So if we wanted to take the balance sheet off that menu, we just click on the star, and now you can see that the balance sheet no longer appears there. So we can put that back, and there it is again. So that's how you favorite and unfavorite a report for the menu. And other than that, really, you can just have a look through and see what kind of reports are here and what you may need in your business. So you might need to expand it out a little bit, and you can see there's financial reports and sales and purchases, inventory reports, there's lots of payroll reports as well, and then some reports for taxation and accounting and fixed assets. So that was just a little overview of the reporting section in Xero. Let's move along to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at some of the advanced accounting tools and settings in Xero. So to get there, we just go to the accounting menu, and you can see down the bottom here, there's a subsection of the menu with a few quick links to some of the advanced accounting areas. So you can use those links, or you can just click on advanced up here, and that will bring up all of the advanced features and the advanced settings just on the one screen. So just going down the list of advanced features here, and we won't look at them all, you can see there's a tool here to find and recode transactions if you've made a mistake and you need to do that. There's a section where you can go to post manual journals to the general ledger. So we'll just click in here and have a look, and you can see if we have a look at the list of all journals, there's a few in here in the demo company, one of which has been posted, a few of which are still drafts, and one has been voided. So if you want to create a new journal, you just click on the new journal button, and Xero always gives you a message recommending that an accountant or a bookkeeper create journals unless you have experience managing a general ledger. And then you can simply go ahead and create the journal down here. Xero will tell you if it doesn't balance. So if we go back out here and have a look at some of the draft journals, I believe this one here doesn't balance. It's $108 out because of the GST. So you won't be able to post that one until it balances. So when you do get a journal to balance, and it's either saved as a draft or you're just creating it at the time, you can either save it as a draft or you can just post it right away and it'll just post straight into the general ledger. So that's a little bit about manual journals. So if we go back to the advanced section, next on the list is fixed assets. So if we go into the fixed assets section, you can see, similar to a lot of the other places in Xero, such as invoicing and bills, there's you can save drafts and then you can register them when they're ready to be registered. So if we just have a little bit of a look here at one of the draft fixed assets, and you can see that we've purchased some desks and chairs and furniture for the office, and it's being coded to office equipment, and there's a purchase price and an asset number, etc. You can also put some other details in here, such as a description, a depreciation start date, choose the depreciation method by rate or by effective life, and then when you're ready you can just click on the register button and then it will show up in the registered assets list. So there's a few here that are already registered. So if we go into this one, we can just see the details of it. It's an LCD TV, 60-inch TV, diminishing value depreciation at 40%, and we have a look here, summary of the value. We can see it's still in at its book value of $6,500. So once you've got a couple of registered assets, or even just one, at some point you will run your depreciation, whether you do it monthly or if you just do one run at year end. You just click on this button and it will calculate and run the depreciation for you. And of course, if you want to add a new asset, you can do it this way. And there's a few other ways you can do it as well, but I won't show you those right now. But you can just press this button to create a new fixed asset. So if we just go back into the advanced section while we're on the topic of fixed assets, there's also under advanced settings, there's some fixed asset settings that you'll need to set up before you actually register any assets. So if we just have a quick look in there, and we can see that what we need to do is create the asset types for a start. So you might remember we just had a look at one that was coded to office equipment, so that's already been set up here in the demo company, and the general ledger accounts that the asset goes to and the accumulated depreciation goes to, and the depreciation expense goes to. It's all been set up, and there's a default depreciation method here as well. So you can set up asset types. You can set up motor vehicles or heavy equipment, whatever you like, in here. And then there's a few GL accounts that you can select here if you're going to dispose of an asset, and there's some tax reporting settings as well that you can set up to do with pooling. So you need to set those up before you start adding fixed assets. So that's what I wanted to show you on the advanced features side. So on the advanced settings side, we've already looked at the fixed asset settings, but there's also some other settings that you need to go through when you're first setting yourself up in Xero. One of those is the financial settings. So obviously in Australia we've got GST, and you'll need to go through and set up your GST method and put some other details in here as well, such as when you calculate your GST and pay it. Same with your PAYG withheld and your PAYG income. And there's a few tax defaults here that you can tinker with as well, and lock dates for if you need to lock your accounts for posting to ensure that people no longer post to them once you've finished with particular periods. It's all in here. So the next one down is another really important one, which is the chart of accounts. So different businesses will have different charts of accounts. So you'll need to set one up that's appropriate for your business, but it's all in here. The assets and liabilities, etc. Each one has a different tab, and you can add You can add GL codes, and you can delete them if you haven't used them. If you have used them, you may be able to archive them instead by just ticking there and clicking on the right button. So if we just have a look at when you add an account, you can see that there's a few things you need to fill in. Obviously the account type, so if it's a current asset. Pick a unique code, give it a name, a description, and then you'll need to choose the way that it has tax calculated on it or not. So we won't set one up. I was just showing you where to go to do that. So that's a bit about the chart of accounts, except I should also point out that you can import a chart of accounts if you have one set up in another system and you want to bring it over to Xero. You can import it. And if we have a quick look at the tax rates, we can see here that there's some basic GST tax rates set up for the Australian version of Xero, with GST on expenses and income set at 10%, and all these other codes it's 0%. If you need more tax rates, you can click on change to advanced tax rates here, and I'll just click on it, and you can see now that the list of tax rates we've got is much longer, and particularly there's a few additional tax codes that have come through for things like exports and capital imports, etc. So depending on what type of business you run, you may or may not need to use those. So let's just go back to the advanced settings section and have a look at tracking categories. Now, tracking categories is basically Xero's version of cost centers or profit centers. So you can set up different categories, and you can have different categories within the categories. So this one, you can see here in the demo company, there's a region category set up, and there's east, north, south, and west coast. And I'll just quickly show you one way that you can use those. If we go into invoices, for example, and we just have a look at this first invoice here. If we edit the invoice, and you can see here there's a region column with nothing selected, but we can assign it to one of those categories that we saw before. So we could assign this to east side, and the next line, for example, could be assigned to the north side. We can update that so it saves. And all that means is that when you go to do some reporting later on, you can report by region, because you've got it set up as a tracking category and you've used it here. So yeah, so that's how tracking categories are a lot like cost centers and profit centers in Xero. And the final thing to show you here is conversion balances. And this is the place you go to if you're converting over from a different accounting package to Xero. You can put conversion balances in for all your general ledger codes. So you may not need to do it for the profit and loss codes if you're converting at a particular date, such as the first day of the financial year, because they will all be Xero anyway. But you'll certainly need to put conversion balances in for things like your bank accounts, because I'm sure they'll have a balance when you convert your accounting over to Xero. So that's where you go to do that. So that's a little overview of the advanced accounting section. And just to finish off, like I showed you before, some of these settings, etc., are down here on the drop down menu. If you want to put quick links to any of the others on there, you just need to favorite them, and there now you can see history and notes. So that's it for advanced accounting. Let's have a look now through the payroll section. Let's have a look at payroll in Xero now. If you're going to run payroll in your business, then before you add any employees or do any pay runs, you'll need to set up the payroll first. So let's have a look at where to go to do that. If we go to the main menu here and click on settings, and then click on payroll settings, we can see here that there are a few tabs that we need to go along to set up certain things for our payroll. So this has of course already been done in the demo company, so we can just have a really quick look through it. And on the first tab here, you can see that you can set up the accounts, the general ledger accounts that relate to payroll, such as where the bank account that the money is going to be paid out of, and the general ledger accounts for the PAYG liability and the superannuation liability and the wages expense and a few other things as well. You can also set up some payroll tracking, which you can do by region, because we have that tracking category already set up here in Xero, but we won't go into that too much here because it is optional. It's not something you have to do. And then there's a few payslip options down the bottom here as to whether you want to show the salary and the employment basis and put a logo on it. So once you've set that up, you'll need to go through and set up your payroll calendars. So you may have more than one payroll calendar in your business. There might be people that you pay fortnightly, there might be people that you pay weekly. You can also set up other pay calendars. If we click on the add button here, you can see that you can set up twice monthly, 4 weekly, monthly or quarterly as well. So you can set up basically whatever you need for your business. And here in the demo company, they've already got fortnightly and weekly set up. And if we have a look into the settings here, it just shows you a couple of things about when the next payment is to be made, and whether you want it to be your default pay calendar. So we can just cancel out of there. The next thing you need to do is set up holidays. So in Australia, you can set them up by state if you like. So you can set up the public holidays for things like Christmas and Easter and Labor Day and that sort of thing by state, because different states have different public holidays. And when you add employees, you can select which group of holidays is going to be assigned to those employees. So that's relevant if you have employees in different states. The next tab is for pay items, and here you can see that there's already quite a lot of them set up. So one of the main ones here is an earnings pay item for ordinary hours, which would be, you would think, what most people would have on their pay slip every time they get paid. But there's also other things such as termination payments for leaving, overtime hours, redundancy, etc. There's deductions as well. So people might have deductions for fringe benefits tax or lease payments or anything else. There's union fees, which are quite common. There's reimbursements as well, if you need to reimburse staff for travel or other things that they've spent money on in the business. And one of the most important ones is leave. And here, of course, you have annual leave, which for a full-timer, you can see it's been set up to 152 hours a year. If we click into that, you can see it's units hours, normal entitlement is 152 hours a year. And this is selected to show the balance on each of the pay slips. So whatever balance the employee has left will show up on the pay slip. So here you can set up all your different leave types, like carers leave or sick leave, whatever you want to call it, parental leave, etc. It's all here. And for superannuation, this is where you go to actually set up the superannuation funds. So no doubt, if you've got a whole lot of employees, many of them will have different superannuation funds, and this is where you need to go to add them. You just click on this add superannuation fund here, and with the type you can choose whether it's regulated or self-managed, because some people have self-managed superannuation funds. So you'll need some extra details like the ABN and the ESA, etc., and the bank account. So there's no self-managed super funds set up here in the demo company, just a few regulated funds. So those are the payroll settings that you need to go through and set up before you do any pay runs for your business. And once it's all set up, then you can start doing pay runs as long as you've added employees. So I'll just show you all the different screens now that you need to go to process pay runs. So if we go to the payroll menu, and we can have a look at this overview screen, which just gives you a bit of a snapshot as to what's happening at the moment. So you may or may not really use this screen. There's a draft pay run set up, there's some leave to approve, and there's no timesheets to approve. And you can access all this information in the other screens anyway. So if we go to employees, this is where you'll go to set up your employees. You just simply click on add employee, and you can see in the demo company here, there's half a dozen employees already set up. And on the history tab here, this is where the employees will show up if they're no longer working for your company, if they have a termination date. So if we go back here and we have a look at one of the employees that's been set up, this is what you'll need to do for each employee that you've set up. You'll need to go along each of these tabs and fill in all the relevant information. So you can see here, this is just basic information such as their name and phone number, etc. In employment, there's a few key pieces of information you'll need to put in, such as their start date, what payroll calendar they belong to, and you might remember we just saw there was a weekly one and a fortnightly one, and there's employee groups as well, which you may or may not use. The holiday groups are what I was talking about before when I was saying in Australia you would probably set those up by state, so that could be a holiday group of Queensland if the employee is based in Queensland. And then their ordinary hours rate, here you can see that pick the pay item of ordinary hours that I showed you before. And then there's certain authorizations here as well, which for most employees will be unticked. This is also the screen where you will choose what superannuation fund the employee belongs to. So you can just click on this add fund button here, and you might remember we just saw that there were two that were set up. So you just choose it here, and then usually people have an employee number with their superannuation fund that you'll need to add in here. So that's the employment tab. The taxes tab is also another important one. So this is a screen where you can submit the employee's tax details straight to the ATO instead of doing it the old paper-based way. So if you get the signed tax declaration off the employee, you can put their tax file number in here, and you can put their employment basis in, whether they're an Australian resident, and they will put on their form whether they're claiming the tax-free threshold, whether they have a HEX or help debt, etc. And then when it's all correct, this button down here that says file now, this will be colored green, and you just click on the button and it will ask you if you want to send the details straight to the Australian Taxation Office instead of having to mail the paper form. So that's pretty handy. So this is disabled in the demo company, which is why it's not coming up. The next tab is for leave, and no doubt all of your employees will be entitled to some kind of leave. So there's a little history here of leave that they've requested, whether it's been rejected, approved, or requested and it hasn't been looked at yet. But when you first set up an employee, this section here will have nothing in it. So you need to assign leave types by clicking on that button. And sometimes there's also an option there to just assign default leave types. So
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon session on computerized accounting rules and regulations, no? Ilan yung ating participants?
43.
Okay, so let's now go to computerized accounting rules and regulations. Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2002, ito po yung procedures in the processing, approval of applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system. No? And what is the objective of these regulations? To provide policies, guidelines, procedures, define duties and responsibilities on the processing and approval of application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system. No? Kasi today, ang pinag-usapan natin about computerized accounting system. No? So, kanina, we show to you yung iba't ibang klase ng accounting system. So, you already have the idea. So, kung yung iniisip ninyo, yung mga recording sa books of accounts, ito yung ledger, ito yung manual na books of accounts, subsidiary purchase journal, journal, ledger, no? Pagdating na sa electronic, iba na yung mukha doon, hindi na ganito, no? Ano na yung itsura doon? Electronic na siya, no? Yung mga figure na lang, tapos mga column-column, no? Yun yung mga usual na information na nasa loob ng computer. Pero yung makita nyo na libro pa siya, nakabound, nakasulat sa papel, wala na yun. No? Affiliated corporation, this means that the two or more organizations are allied. Itong mga definition of terms sa regulations, they are very important, no? Kasi they define the scope, kung ano man yung sometimes the law, pagka may mga conflict na, always refers to the definitions, no? Na late lang ako ng konti because I have one client, no, na lawyer, doctor, and may case din siya sa BIR. So, let's continue, no? So, ilan na sila, ano? Sayang naman, ma-maintain man lang sana yung nag-umpisa kahapon.
48 po.
Kahapon ilan sila?
Yung natira kahapon ma'am,
56?
64.
Ha?
64.
64. So sana, kasi sayang naman yung nag-umpisa. Okay. So, affiliated corporations, two or more organizations are allied with or closely connected with one another or with a central body, but each organization continues to exist. Ibig sabihin, affiliated corporations, may relationship sila, connected sila. No? So it does not bear the construction that one of the affiliated organization is in all particulars identical with or covered by the parent or main organization with which it is affiliated, no? So pag sinabi mo na affiliated kasi, may relationship kayo, something like meron kayong connection or related parties, no? Branch. Branch is a fixed establishment in a locality which conducts operation of the business as an extension of the principal office with at least one task type. Why is it that very important po na malaman natin yung branch? Because yung branch, sometimes, paggamit nila ng computerized accounting system, ang okay. Computerized accounting system, ano ibig sabihin po ng computerized accounting system? The integration of different component system to produce computerized books of accounts and computer-generated accounting records and documents. For purposes of this issuance, it shall also refer to application for the use of any or all of the CAS components, no? Bakit sinasabi dito na CAS components? Kasi posible na hindi siya buo, no? Hindi complete na accounting system. Pwedeng component lang or pwedeng part lang. Hindi buo yung kinuha na system or permit to use, no? Okay, halimbawa, nakita ninyo kanina yung mga iba-ibang softwares. Ano yung na-issue sa kanila, Hari? Yung sa QuickBooks? Sa ano yung mga accounting software na pinakita kanina sa kanila?
Ano ma'am? QuickBooks po tsaka zero account.
At saka yung zero accounting.
Mahaba kasi yung zero ma'am.
Okay, doon sa zero accounting, marami itong mga module, di ba? May payroll, may accounts receivable, no? So, ang ibig sabihin lang na component, pwedeng hindi buo na complete computerized accounting system ang kunin mo, no? Pwedeng payroll lang, pwedeng accounts receivable, no? Kasi pag component lang, yung ibang system to complete the whole accounting process, yung iba doon manual na, no? In that case, ina-allow din niya ng BAR. Pero for taxpayers, ito yung mga malalaking taxpayers na pinadalhan ng BAR ng letter, this is ang kung required sa kanila, complete accounting system. Hindi pwede yung component. Sabihin, pag complete, magmula sa issuance ng receipts hanggang doon sa posting, sa books of accounts, hanggang sa generation of report, fully computed po sila. Hindi pwedeng part lang, no? At ang ibig sabihin, pag fully computed accounting system, walang manual intervention. Walang manual intervention. Kasi, fully computerized siya, no? Hindi na kailangan na makumpleto mo yung report, may gagawin ka pa, wala na. Yung computer, pag naglagay ka na ng sales, magpo-process na siya hanggang sa generation of report. So, pwede ka nang magpa-generate ng report sa computer, no? Kasi kompleto na siya. Kasi kung hindi kompleto, mag-i-input ka pa ulit o kaya magto-total ka pa ulit ng isa and then i-consolidate mo, saka ka pa lang makapaggawa ng financial statement. What are the component or part ng computerized accounting system? Any system application adapted to generate accounting records, reports, and or documents. So, system application. Di ba yung Xero, napakarami niyang apps, no? With more than 700, no? So, marami siyang applications, kaya ang daming gumagamit ng Xero. Computerized books of accounts, ito yung general ledger, journal, sales book, purchase book, disbursement book, which are system generated, no? So, yung mga pinakita kong book sa inyo, hindi na yun kasi manual lang yun. Pagka system generated, yun yung nakita nyo kanina na present sa inyo ng Xero at saka ng QuickBooks, no? Ano siya? Parang mga column-column na lang siya na nandun sa computer, no? Computer-generated accounting records. Ito yung mga official receipts, sales invoices, cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, and other underlying accounting records. Computer-generated receipts and invoices. Part of accounting records which are generated by the system with a capacity to produce sequential range of numbers. Itong mga official receipts, sales invoices, ang requirement dyan is sequential range of numbers, sunod-sunod. Ibig sabihin ng sequential, nag-issue ka ng 1, ang kasunod mo na issue, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paano mo malaman na sequential? Siyempre, by date at saka by number, no? Kasi siyempre, ang number na nasa invoices, 1, 2, 3, 4 yan, no? So, dapat sunod-sunod ang paggamit niyan. Sequential, no? Yan ang tinatawag na sequential. Computer-generated subsidiary accounting records. So, ito yung mga subsidiary records. Ito yung cash receipt book, cash disbursement book, accounts payable, accounts receivable, debit credit memo, other underlying subsidiary accounting records being generated under a computerized system. So lahat yan ay generated ng computer. Okay. CRM POS machines linked to CAS, no? So ito yung mga cash register machine, point of sale machines, connected through a computerized accounting system or to a central server via network, no? So ano itong mga cash register machine, point of sale machines? Ito yung mga ginagamit ng taxpayer. Yung cash register machine, karamihan ginagamit yan sa mga department stores, no, sa mga mall, because yun yung nag-i-issue ng resibo para sa kanila, no? Saan naman ginagamit karamihan itong mga point of sale machines? Doon sa mga restaurant, no, sa mga service business, diyan ginagamit yung point of sale machines. Okay, so they are electronically connected to a computerized accounting system or to a central server via network. So centralized. Although meron tayong bagong requirements sa CRM, no, cash register machine, yung e-sales reporting, no, that every month ipapadala mo yung sales mo through electronic sales reporting ng BIR, ipadala mo yung total, i-report mo yung total sales mo. No. Database. Collection of information organized in such a way that a computer program can quickly select desired pieces of data, no? So yun yung mga information na nakastore sa data warehouse, no? And then ano tong mga database na to? Sometimes they are commercial databases. At ano yung ginagawa nila? They compile information and then binibenta po nila. So if you want to have access on these databases, magbayad ka at mahal, napakamahal, no? Development software, programs used to compile, interpret, assemble many sort of programming languages, no? Ilan na yung umaten?
48.
Okay, tumaas na.
52 na.
Back, no? Why? Because very PRC to it na pagka meron kayong system, kahit anong mangyari, hindi mawawala yung inyo. So, routine is to restore meron pa rin? Okay. Sige. So, what is this disaster recovery procedure or backup and recovery strategy? This is a routine of procedures to restore from backup losses due to natural disasters, loss of power, internal sabotage, or any form that can damage components of a computerized system, no? Kaya nire-require itong disaster recovery procedure, backup, and recovery strategy. So, ang ibig sabihin dito, kahit masira man, may problema na mangyari, may hindi mawawala yung information mo. Paano ito ginagawa? Yung iba, rini-require sila na mag-backup ng mga records nila everyday. Nung ginagawa nila, sinisave sa mga hard drives, and then yung hard drives, tinatago sa lugar na hindi, walang risk, no? Na masunog, mabaha, no? Sa safe na lugar. Oh. So, nandun siya nakatago. Anytime na kailangan mo, meron. So, how often nagba-backup? Every day po, no? yung binaback up ang mga information. Sinisave sa isang hard drive and then tinatago sa malalayong lugar. No? Yung isang airlines na alam ko na na-evaluate ko, meron siyang server or backup dito sa Pilipinas, meron sa US, meron siya sa India, meron sa Europe. No? So, ganun ka-sophisticated ang backup niya. Okay. So, disaster and recovery program describes how an organization is to deal with potential and or actual disasters. No? So, ano man yung posibleng mangyayari o yung mga actual na nangyayari. So, plan consisting of precautionary and remedial actions to be undertaken to minimize, maintain, and or immediately resume mission critical functions in case of potential and or actual disasters. No? So, kung nangyari man halimbawa, sabihin mo, ay bumagyo, eh, nasira yung computer ko dahil sa bagyo. Hindi yun pwede. No? Dapat na-anticipate mo yung bagyo and then sinave mo yung records mo at saka yung computer mo. Nandoon yung computerized accounting system. No? Okay. Electronic archive. Yan yung retention, no? Papaano mo i-archive or itago yung mga electronic records mo. A copy of files in a long-term storage medium for backup retention purposes. Yun yung sinasabi na electronic archive. No? So, dapat pag nag-archive kayo ng information, malaki yung space nyo ng so, ano ba yun? Yung hard drive, no? Because it would be retained for 10 years, no? Yun na yung requirements natin ngayon when it comes to retention. No? Dati 3 years lang, ngayon 10 years na. Okay. So, functional description refers to documents showing a high-level descriptions of the functions and features of a computerized accounting system under evaluation. No? Kasi anong bang proseso sa pag-adapt ng computerized accounting system? Gagawa ka ng request, tapos mag-attach ka ng BR forms and then yung mga attachment. No? Pag-aralan natin yan mamaya. And then, i-subject yung application mo to an computerized accounting system evaluators, no? I-evaluate nila. No? So, what do you mean by global system? Simultaneously used by taxpayer for its head office and branches worldwide. No? Kaya nga global because ang involved dyan na mga players is international. No? Head office refers to the principal place of business as appearing in the articles of incorporation. So in the case of individual, the head office shall be the principal place of business where the main books of accounts and other related accounting records are kept and maintained. Doon sa regulations Midas 1, ano yung mga required doon na i-maintain ng branch, no? Halimbawa, may head office at saka may branch. Dapat din ba may libro sa branch? Yes, dapat din kasi kung halimbawa gumagawa sila ng sales, no? Because the sales should be recorded every day. So dapat may books sila, no? But as to yung mga expenses, consolidated na yan sa head office, no? Saka yung mga VAT, no? Doon na yan din record sa national office, head office. In-house, customized or cast, no? Refers to the accounting system developed internally in accordance with prescribed user requirements. So, yan yung customized. Pina-customize mo, ibig sabihin, pinagawa mo lang siya to fit your needs. Hindi siya yung over-the-counter na gawa na. No? Okay. Large taxpayer who has been classified and duly notified by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue as a large taxpayer. So, kahit large ka na, kung hindi ka pinadala ng sulat ng commissioner notifying you na large taxpayer ka, ang classification mo regular pa rin, hindi large taxpayer. No? Okay. So for having any satisfied any or a combination of the set criteria as to tax payments, financial condition, results of operations as prescribed in Revenue Regulations number 1-98 and Section 245 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, including mandatory provisions of law and regulations. So yun yung large taxpayer. National system, excuse me. Okay, so national system refers to a system which is simultaneously used by taxpayer for its head office and branches nationwide. No? So nationwide, nandun lahat yung system sa head or sa main office. No? Off the shelf is ready-made software. No? Yun yung mga pinakita namin sa inyo kanina. Mga ready-made software sila or solution that is readily available in the market to support the business requirements of an establishment or company. No? It is also called package software, no? Yung off the shelf. Off the shelf. Pre-printed invoices or receipts. This refers to the flow, mali ito no? Ano sila? Ito, dali lang. Nagkabaligtad. Okay. Okay, pre-printed invoices or receipts are sequentially pre-numbered receipts or invoices with approved authority to print or the ATP reserved for systems downtime, no? So sequentially siya tapos may approved authority to print pa siya, no? Ito. No, so ito yung tinatawag natin na pre-printed invoices or receipts, no? Meron siyang sequentially pre-numbered na number and then may approved authority to print siya sa BIR, no? So ito yung ito yung authority to print receipts. Ito yung permit, no? Pagka meron na siyang permit, naka-register na, kukuha siya ng permit, ito na yung authority to print. Pag napirmahan na yan, pwede na pa-imprenta ng resibo. No? Okay. Anong purpose na computerized accounting na meron ka pang pre-printed na invoices and receipts? Because ang purpose po doon, in case of down yung system, meron ka pa rin gagamitin na resibo. So, hindi ma-hamper yung operations mo. No? Okay. Ano naman tong tinatawag na process flow? This refers to the flow procedures presented in diagram form, no? So, diagram forms, saan siya nag-umpisa, and then ano yung process na ginawa niya, ano yung naging output. Okay. Process flow. Hindi naman Bumalik lang. Okay. We talked a while ago about large taxpayer. Now, this is about regular taxpayers, no? So, regular taxpayer refers to a taxpayer that has not been classified and notified as a large taxpayer pursuant to Section 245 of the Tax Code of 1997 and Revenue Regulations Number 1-98, including a mandatory law and provisions, no? So, hindi sila na-notify na large taxpayer sila. So, kahit na halimbawa qualified pa sila, pero hindi sila talaga na-notify, then hindi sila large taxpayer kung hindi regular taxpayer. So, ano naman tong sales or commercial invoice? This is a written account of goods sold or services rendered and the prices charged, therefore, used in the ordinary course of business, evidencing sale and transfer or agreement to sell or transfer of goods and services. So, depending on your agreement. Okay, so for this purpose, sales or commercial invoices shall be limited to the following. Cash sales invoice, no? This is an invoice issued for every transaction involving sale or transfer of goods or rendition of services, whether the same is paid in cash, check, or any other similar mode of payment, no? Okay. Charge sales invoice. This is an invoice issued for every transaction involving sale or transfer of goods, rendition of services, but the payment or consideration of which is on deferred or account basis, no? So, hindi agad binayaran, kaya charge sales invoice. Official receipt. A receipt issued for the payment of services rendered or of goods sold on account, no? So, official receipt. Ito na ang stand-alone cash register machine and point of sale machines, no? So, those that can run independently from computerized accounting system. Okay. Excuse lang ako ng 5 minutes, magsi-CR lang. Huwag mo nang patayin, Hari. Yung mic na kaulang kasi. Saan si Hari? Huwag patayin kasi pilot-pilot na naman. Okay, so let's now resume, no? So, standalone CRM or POS machines. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng standalone? Ito yung one that can run independently from the computerized accounting system, no? Standalone. So, ibig sabihin, kahit siya lang mag-isa, kaya niyang run independently. Paki-on mo nga itong aircon dito. System demo. Ano naman itong system demo? System demo refers to presentation of the actual use of an accounting system or any of its component either on a test or production environment. Kailan nagkaroon ng system demo? Halimbawa, meron kayong application for to adopt computerized accounting system for permit, no? Yung inyong system, i-subject niya sa system demo. Ibig sabihin, pagaganahin siya ng mga team at titingnan kung magkakaroon ng halimbawa ng simulated na transactions, and then titingnan niya kung magkakaroon ng error o papaano mag-generate ng reports, no? Kung tama yung proseso na gagawin ng computer, no? So yun yung purpose ng system demo. At titingnan natin mamaya, may mga ang tawag dito, may mga checklist, no, para sa system demo, especially sa technical, no? System enhancement, no? Any change or modification in the system software or architecture components of a computerized application system that will add value or further improve the system. So, kailan nangyayari itong system enhancement, no? Nagkakaroon ng system enhancement especially kung halimbawa obsolete or outdated yung inyong tinatawag natin na software. So ngayon hindi nyo siya halimbawa magamit. So ang kailangan ipa-enhance mo siya. In that case, kailangan po ng permit sa BIR para magkaroon kayo ng enhancement. Bawal na bawal po na mag-enhance kayo ng system na wala pong permit sa BIR, no? System flow. This represents the inputs, outputs, and processes of a system. No? Yun yung tinatawag natin na system flow. System-generated number. No? So this is the number generated automatically by a computerized system used in reference to a particular accounting document. No? Yan yung system-generated number. No? Makikita nyo yan pag nag-print kayo ng mga report na galing sa, kahit yung galing na lang na report na dinownload nyo sa internet, di ba? Meron siya mga system-generated na number na makikita. At saka kung ano yung date, saan siya galing, no? Nakalagay doon sa baba ng document nyo. Okay. Scope of implementation. All taxpayers engaged in business, whether classified as regular or large taxpayers who have computerized accounting system or components thereof shall apply for permit prior to its use. No? So yan na yan. Kailangan yung permit bago gamitin yung computerized accounting system. Otherwise, pag ginamit nyo yung accounting system nyo na walang permit, you will be penalized. No? Components of computerized accounting system shall be the following. Ito yung component, ibig sabihin ito yung kasama or content ng iyong computerized accounting system. No? So, kasama dyan yung general journal, other subsidiary records except general ledger, no? So, mandatory to apply for permit to adopt complete cash instead of applying permit for general ledger only, no? Okay. Sales, purchases, accounts receivable, accounts payable. Ito yung anong sabi dito, component ng computerized accounting system or parang isang module. No? So, ang component niya, kasama niya yung sales. Excuse me. Kasi kung mapapansin ninyo, ang sales isang module din yan. Purchases isang module din. No? And then accounts receivable, accounts payable, inventory, no? Sa mga malalaking supermarket, ano sila sa inventory, no? Masyado malaki yung files nila sa inventory because they have as much as 100,000 na inventories na minomonitor. Payroll, ledgers, subsidiary ledgers, and other accounting records, no? So yun yung component ng CAS. Any application system which generates subsidiary ledger, which is part of official accounting documents such as official receipts, sales and cash invoices, cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, and others. No? Any application system which generates report as required by the BAR. No? Separate report for void and suspended transactions to explain the deduction from sale, compilation of their integrated or consolidated sales report produced every end of the day. Yun na. Ang sales talaga, tinototal yan every end of the day. Which is true naman kasi yung department store halimbawa, talaga nag-generate siya ng sales every end of the day. Kung supermarket nga yan, every terminal, every cashier, may total talaga yan every end of the day. Point of sale machines, cash register machine, connected through a network or link to cash. Ang tawag din sa kanya, component, no? Component of computerized accounting system yung point of sale machine or cash register machine. Why? Kasi itong cash register machine, point of sale machines, ito yung nag-i-issue na resibo. Kaya, component siya ng computerized accounting system dahil doon ang gagaling yung sales, no? Yung information about sales. Okay. Taxpayer applying for e-invoicing system shall apply for a complete computerized accounting system or CAS provided the system is capable of generating hard copy of the invoice anytime. So, ano nang tawag ng e-invoicing? Electronic invoicing system. So, ano requirement doon? You apply for a complete computerized accounting system. Kaya yung ating mga online sellers, alam nyo, if you try to look at sa mga regulations natin sa electronic sa computerized accounting system, the online sellers must issue e-invoice kasi electronic sila no? Must issue electronic invoice and must apply for a complete computerized accounting system, no? Kasi ang ginagamit mo, nagbibenta ka na online. So, ibig sabihin, electronic na yung ginagamit mo. So, kailangan, ang i-maintain mo din na mode of recording is also electronic. No? Otherwise, mahihirapan ka. Pero paano mo i-manual yung online? No? Computerized System Evaluation Team or the CSET. No? So, for purposes of this order, a computerized system evaluation team or CSET shall be created in the national office and regional offices. No? The CSET shall convene at least twice a month, no, to conduct the appropriate evaluation and recommend the approval of applications to adopt computerized accounting system or CAS or components thereof. No? So, yun na yung natin. Computerized accounting system evaluation team, and that is mandatory. So every time na ang isang taxpayer manghihingi ng permit to use computerized accounting system, mandatory po na may system evaluation. Otherwise, hindi ma-approve yung ang daming cases ng permits na hindi na-approve because sa system demo pa lang hindi na siya hindi na siya pumapasa, no? Okay. The CSET shall be composed of the following members. In the national office, no? Ito yung group 1. The head is the Chief Large Taxpayers Assistance Division. So kung halimbawa large taxpayer ka and dito ka sa Luzon, so sa BAR dito sa national office, diyan ka kumuha ng permit, no? Pagka ikaw naman ay large taxpayer pero naka-register ka sa large taxpayer Cebu, doon ka rin kumuha or sa Davao kasi tatlo po yung BIR offices natin ng large taxpayer sa Pilipinas, no? Dito sa national office sa Cebu at saka sa Davao, no? Okay. So, the assistant head is the Chief Computer Operations Network and Engineering Division. Ito yung sa data center ng BIR. Information System Operations Service Data Center. The members, representative ng Information System Operations Service, yung ISOs, the data center, the representative of large taxpayer, representative of large taxpayers audit and investigation division, no? Yung sa assessment, yung mga examiners. Bakit iba-iba ang members? Para alam nilang i-resolve yung iba't ibang issue na makikita during the system demo, no? Tingnan natin yung sa district, no? Kasi ito group 2 ng head large taxpayers, so yun yung mga members and then the head, no? Large taxpayer district office, yan din yung mga head, no? Sa regional office and revenue district officer, ito yung mga members naman. The head is the concerned revenue district officer, and then the assistant head is the chief code ng revenue data center, no? And then the members, representative of the revenue data center, representative of assessment section, and then the RDO representative of taxpayer service section, no? Kasi ang nagbibigay nito ng permit yung taxpayer service section, no? Sila yung in charge, no? And in some cases, kung may mga legal issues pa yung permit na kinukuha mo, idadaan din siya sa legal division, no, ng region. Okay? Computerized System Evaluation Team or CSET. CSET shall refer for resolution legal issues that may arise in the course of their evaluation of the application for CAS to law division in the national office or legal division in the regional offices, no? Yun yung may mga legal issues, no? So it will be referred to for resolution. In that case, lalo mapapatagal yung inyong permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Okay. Travel allowance, provision of service vehicle, CSET members, no? May taxpayer site per dime, other related expenses for training, briefing, system demo, ocular inspection. Itong ocular inspection, ito yung matagal din kasi kagaya ng sa Cebu, I was assigned in Cebu. And at the time, wala pang Davao, so sako pa din namin yung Mindanao, no? Pag nagpunta ka ng mag-system demo, sasakay ka pa ng eroplano. Saka minsan, ang tagal, no? Tagal bago matapos sa dami ng nag-a-apply. Minsan 3 months, 4 months, 5 months bago kayo ma-schedule for ocular inspection. CSET member shall secure a certificate of appearance from the taxpayer for any task undertaken at the taxpayer site, no? So, ito yung mga certificate of appearance. Bakit? Kasi kailangan mo yun doon sa itinerary, no? Sa paggawa ng report. Workshop shall be undertaken by the Human Resource Development Service in coordination with the Operation and Information Systems groups to orient both the technical and the functional groups on the scope, substance, and evaluation of CAS. No? Okay. So, Group of Revenue Officers from the Large Taxpayers Assistance Division 1 and 2 and Taxpayer Service Section and Assessment Section of the LTDO and RDO. No? So, tinitrain po yan sa workshop. No? At saka meron pang on-the-job training. No? And evaluation of CAS on a rotation basis. Rino-rotate yung mga examiners na kasama. No? Ini-schedule. Okay. So, policies. All application for CAS, whether by head office or branches, shall be filed by the head office at large taxpayer 1 and 2 or LTDO or RDO, no? Okay. Except in the following cases. Kung halimbawa yung branch, mas nauna na siyang na-computerize kaysa head office, no? So, yung branch, magpa-file siya sa RDO where the branch is located, no? Okay. Anong gagawin niya? Maghingi lang siya ng certification that the head office is not choosing cash, no? Ang gagamit yung branch lang. Okay. In the event that the head office later adopts the same cash and the branch with a previously issued permit shall be linked to it, the permit to be issued to the head office shall include a new permit for the said branch, which shall supersede the previously issued permit. So kung halimbawa nauna na yung branch na computerized and then later on nag-computerize din yung head office, no? So yung pag-issue ulit ng permit sa head office, isama na yung branch. Yung dati niyang permit, ika-cancel na. Okay. So in case the branch adopts a different cash from that of its head office, it shall apply for permit to adopt cash at the BIR office having jurisdiction over the branch, no? Affiliated companies, no? Sister companies, franchises, closely held corporation shall secure separate permit for the use of cash, no? So, hindi pwede na sama-sama, kailangan separate permits, no? This requirement is without regard whether they are sharing a server and using exactly the same system previously approved for use by its mother company or other sister companies, no? Actual systems demo shall be dispensed with in cases of application for cash of the following taxpayers, provided a photocopy of the permit previously issued and a certification of the approved system from the concerned CISA technical team shall be submitted, no? Yun na yung actual na system demo. Okay. Shall be submitted saan siya? Head office applying for cash of additional branches, or the branch adopting the same system being used by another branch, or affiliated companies, sister companies, franchises, and closely held corporations using exactly the same system previously approved for use by its mother company or other sister companies. Taxpayers whose cash or computerized accounting system are provided by their consultants, no, or accounting firms, shall apply for a separate permit for the use thereof, no? So hindi pwede na yung system ng accountant ang gamitin. Taxpayers whose cash is being outsourced to an accounting firm shall be required to keep and maintain copies of its books of accounts, no? So whether in soft or hard copies, and other related accounting records and documents in its place of business. Why? Kasi every time na may pupunta sa inyo doon na magta-tax mapping, hahanapin nila pati yung mga books of accounts ninyo, saka yung mga records, no? Taxpayers applying for cash or components thereof without computer-generated receipts and invoices shall apply for authority to print for his official receipts, invoices, and the like following prevailing rules and procedure on the issuance of ATP. Ano ba yung rules and procedures natin in the issuance of authority to print receipts? Pupunta kayo sa Revenue District Office kung saan kayo registered, and then you fill up a form para sa application ng permit to print receipts, and then i-attach ninyo yung 0605 nyo at saka certificate of registration. Attach nyo rin yung 0605 certificate of registration ng BIR ng accredited printers, no? Kasi ngayon, only accredited printers will be allowed to print your receipts, no? At ano pa yung mga bago? Mga bago na rin yung mga features ng official receipt at saka ng sales invoice, no? Ano yung mga nakalagay na dun sa baba? This receipt is valid only for 5 years from nakalagay dito. So, the official receipt shall be valid for 5 years from the date of ATP. Anong ibig sabihin ng from the date of ATP? Yung date ng authority to print niya, no? Authority to print receipts. So 5 years lang, after 5 years hindi niyo na pwedeng gamitin dahil expired na. Okay. So application for use of point of sale machines, cash register machine, linked to cash shall be processed following the provisions of this RMO. Ano tong RMO na to? 29-2002. No? So, application for use of stand-alone, not linked to cash or computer accounting system. The POS machine or CRM shall be processed under the provisions of RR 10-99. No? Regulations that may be issued amending RR 10-99. No? Okay. Taxpayers who opt to maintain a pool of CRM or POS machines in their business operations during peak season, standby or roving machines, shall identify such in their applications. No? So the machines shall be treated as head office machines and shall be issued permits by the large taxpayer, LTDO or RDO having jurisdiction over the head office. No? Kasi ang iba, papakuha talaga ng permit ng mga extras, no? Para kung may bag down, may masira, may gamitin sila kaagad, no? So, yun yung mga standby na machines. So, only CRM POS belonging to the pool shall be allowed to be transported for use in the branches or to any place of business of the taxpayer. No? Transfer to the taxpayer's branch or branches of CRM POS machines belonging to the pool shall be subject to the approval of LTAD 1 or 2, LTDO or RDO having jurisdiction over the head office, which shall then inform the branches, RDOs where the machine shall be used. No? Okay. Kasi nga roving sila no? So dapat magpaalam sila kung saan na sila doon nila gagamitin. No? In evaluating application for cash by head office involving branches located outside the jurisdiction of the BIR concerned office having jurisdiction over the head office, the concerned CSET shall coordinate and refer to the other CSET having jurisdiction over the branches the evaluation of the cash of the branches concerned. No? Kasi halimbawa yung nag-request dito sa head office na sa Manila, ay yung mga branches niya nakasama nasa Cebu or nasa Iloilo, no? So i-request na lang yung district doon na sila yung gagawa ng evaluation, no? Okay. Results of the cross-RDO evaluation of the branches cash shall be submitted to the CSET having jurisdiction over the head office, which shall recommend approval or disapproval for issuance of permit to use cash. No? So RDO having jurisdiction over the head office of the taxpayer shall issue to the said taxpayer or head office the applied permit for the branch. No? Okay. Permit to adopt cash and or components thereof shall be issued to the taxpayer within the following period. To 10 days daw, 20 days, 30 days, 40 days. Pero depende yan sa lugar at saka sa availability din ng mga personnel. No? Okay, stickers for CRM POS machine linked to cash to be used by the branches. Yung stickers yung dinidikit sa likod na katunayan merong kang permit. Shall be issued by the BIR office having jurisdiction over the branches upon presentation by the taxpayer and submission of a copy of the branch permit issued by the BIR office having jurisdiction over the head office. Okay. No temporary permit to adopt cash shall be issued except upon approval of the Deputy Commissioner for Operations Group. Okay. So, validity of temporary permit approved by Deputy Commissioner of Operations may be shortened or removed, no? Depending on the compliance. Taxpayers with approved cash capable of generating reports, but not limited to daily sales, accumulated sales need not be required to maintain manual cash register machine sales book, no? Bakit po? If you try to look at yung sa mga cash register machines na nasa counter ng mga supermarket, no? So ginagamit nila yung cash register machine. Yung mga gumagamit nito, example, yung Mercury Drug, no? 7-Eleven, gumagamit siya ng cash register machines, no? Kung ang cash register machine mo, hindi siya nakalink sa computer, no? So definitely, yung kanyang sales, nandun na nakastore sa kanya. Ang requirement po dyan ng BIR, mag-maintain ka ng sales book sa tabi ng machine mo. And then every day, kung magkano yung reading mo ng sales mo, i-record mo rin doon sa manual sales book. But if nakalink sa computerized accounting system yung cash register machine mo, such that every time na mag-total sila, naka-record doon sa server, no? Hindi na kailangan yung manual na books of accounts. Okay. However, these computerized reports shall be made available during post-system evaluation of cost or duly authorized tax audit of taxpayers' record, no? In case of system downtime, no, anong gagawin? Can be, may switch over shall be allowed to issue manual receipts using any of the following, no? Kasi magsi-switch over ka sa manual dahil may nag-down yung system, no? So, remaining receipts invoices out of the inventory of the previously approved and used manually printed receipts and invoices, provided hindi pa siya expired. So, yung remaining na mga receipts daw, pwede mong gamitin in case na mag-down yung system. Manually pre-printed and pre-numbered receipts and invoices with approved authority to print, no? Reserve or set aside for use during system downtime which shall not exceed 1,000 sets, no? So, allowed ka to maintain pre-printed, no? Kahit na computerized accounting ka. But it shall not exceed 1,000 sets. Okay. Taxpayers with approved cash capable of generating receipts and invoices, whether global or national, shall be required to secure advance approval of the next set of pre-approved range of serial number from BIR concerned offices within 30 days before full consumption or utilization of the previously approved range of serial numbers. So, approve ka na mag-issue ka ng computerized receipts, no? So, anong gagawin mo? You secure advance approval of the next set, no? Bakit advance approval? Kung halimbawa, paubos na, no? So, within 30 days na maubos yung resibo mo, kuha ka na ng approval, no, sa BIR, no? Sumulat ka na. First number of the series of number to be issued or used by the taxpayer shall be the continuation in the next set of range of serial number for approval, no? So, approved range of serial number of invoice, 1,000 to 5,000. Next set of pre-approved range of serial number, invoice should be 5,001 to 10,000, no? Kasi nagmula siya ng 1,000 to 5,000. So, ang susunod yan, 5,001 to 10,000, no? Submit a report on the range of serial numbers of receipts and invoices which have been consumed and or canceled during the immediately preceding taxable year to the concerned office within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. Taxpayers with global system and using invoices and receipts printed abroad, no, shall not be required to seek advance approval of the next set of pre-approved range of serial number for use in the Philippines, but shall present these pre-numbered invoices and receipts to BIR concerned office for registration prior to their use. Okay. The invoice or receipts herein referred to shall be tracked using office automation tools of the BIR office. No? Okay. Global system under which invoices and receipts are system generated. The serial number of invoices or receipts issued or used during the year shall be stated or presented in chronological sequence of issuance by date of issue in the CD-ROM that will be registered. No? Ito yung mga system generated na mga receipts, no? That will be registered together with other accounting records with the BIR office having jurisdiction over the taxpayer within 30 days following the end of the accounting period, no? So with the implementation of the e-commerce law, the requirement of binding and stamping of computerized books of accounts and or receipts and invoices generated by a duly approved computerized accounting system shall no longer be necessary. No? So hindi na kailangan dahil sa e-commerce law. Soft copy of the computerized books of accounts and other accounting records, documents in text file format shall be made available to any of the following mode. No? So CD-ROM read-only, properly labeled with the name of the taxpayer, taxable year, and the serial number and volume number of the books of accounts and other accounting records or documents, duly stamped, registered, and signed by the large taxpayer or RDO. Okay. So far okay lang tayo, wala bang comment?
Wala naman po.
Ano ba, nasaan na si Harry?
Okay, nag-aayos po eh. Okay naman po, ma'am.
Okay, so adjustments to books of accounts and other accounting records or documents may still be submitted in a separate CD-ROM or read-only before the deadline for annual income tax return duly certified by the independent auditor, indicating therein the adjustments made, no? So yun yung mga adjustment po sa books of accounts. And then the separate CD-ROM read-only containing the adjustments to books of accounts and other accounting records or documents shall be properly labeled with the name of taxpayer, taxable year, and the serial number and volume number of the books of accounts and other accounting records or documents. No? So duly stamped, registered, and signed by the large taxpayers or RDO. Okay, so electronically archive information in the books of accounts, other accounting records or documents. Archive of books of accounts and other accounting records or documents shall be retained for 3 years from due date of filing or actual filing of annual income tax return, whichever comes later. Wala na po ito, no? Ano na ngayon? Since itong regulations natin that we are reading is 2002, no? So itong sinasabi niya na shall be retained for 3 years from due date of filing or actual filing of annual income tax return. Wala na po to ang 3 years. Ilang years na ngayon? 10 years na. No? Kaya sinabi kong wala na yung 3 years kasi ginawa na siyang 10 years. In case taxpayer has no capability to submit CD-ROM form, procedures under the manual system shall prevail. No? Duly authorized certification in the form of an affidavit ascertaining or attesting the accuracy of the following shall be submitted to large taxpayers, LTDO or RDO within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. Okay, so the number of receipts, invoices used during the year, soft copy of the books of accounts and other accounting records, document, and text file format for the taxable year, duly stamped, registered, and signed in the label by the authorized official of large taxpayers or RDO. No? or the archive books of accounts and other accounting records or documents for the taxable year if applicable. Okay. Taxpayers shall apply for a new permit to use cash in case of any system enhancement. Yun na yung sinasabi ko na do not enhance kung wala kang approval pa. Okay. So, system enhancement that shall report in change in system release and or version number. In case a taxpayer is found using an enhanced system without the approval of the BAR, the permit originally issued shall be deemed automatically revoked from the time the enhanced system is adopted. No? So, procedures, paano gagawin? Ano yung proseso? No? Procedures to sa pag-process. No? Require the taxpayer to submit the following requirements. So, here are the requirements. No? So, accomplish BAR Form 1900, application for authority to use computerized accounting system. No? Books of accounts, no? 2002 enhanced version, Annex A and or BAR Form 1907. Application to permit to use cash register machine, point of sale machine, 2002. And then we have the company profile. So ano ba yung company profile? We have the photocopy of registration, photocopy of previously issued permit, photocopy of current registration fee for payment. Ano tong current registration fee payment? Ito yung 0605, no? Na binayad mo ng January. Okay. Ano pa yung mga ibang requirements? Location map of the place of business. Inventory of previously approved unused invoices and receipts, if applicable. List of branches that will use cash, if any. Okay. So, technical requirements, application name and software use, and the functions and features of the application. No? Sinong nakakaalam ng functions and features of the application? Siyempre, yung inyong developer. No? Kaya yung pagdating sa technical requirements, dapat alam nyo lahat sagutin. Okay, so ano yung mga functions and features of the application? We have here the system flow, the process flow, the backup procedure, disaster and recovery plan. We have the sworn statement, Annex C, and proof of system ownership. List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system with their description, purpose, and sample layout. No? So, sa isang complete accounting system, napakarami po ng list of reports generated. No? Facsimile of system generated loosely, books of accounts, and list thereof. Additional requirements in case of affiliated companies or sister companies, franchises, and branches. No? Photocopy of previously issued permit for mother or sister company or another branch using the same system if applicable. No? Yung Xerox copy ng previously issued permit, kung meron. Okay, so certification from CSIT with previously evaluated approved system, receive the requirements submitted by taxpayer applicant. Also, evaluate validity of the application and review completeness of requirements, no? Submitted by checking the appropriate boxes in BAR Form 1900. Okay. So, If requirements are complete, stamp received by the BIR, no? So, Form 1900 or BIR Form 1907, otherwise, return the document submitted to the taxpayer applicant with instruction to complete the requirements, no? So, yung iba hindi talaga tinatanggap pag kulang yung requirements. Number 6, distribute copies of submitted application and requirements to CSET for evaluation. Next, coordinate with CSET and taxpayer applicant the date and the venue for the actual system demo of the proposed computerized accounting system. No? Coordinate with the taxpayer and members of CSET for the timely resolution of issues and concerns raised during actual system demo. Receive CSET's recommendation for approval or disapproval of application together with the accomplished functional and technical evaluation or appraisal checklist or for issuance of temporary permit upon approval of DSER operations. No? Okay. So, kung na-recommended na siya for approval, no, anong gagawin? Prepare permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof with a schedule of attachment in the permit, no, if applicable. Branch permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof with a corresponding schedule of attachment in the branch permit. Okay. So for a permit with Annex E, month and year, RDO number and sequence number. For branch permit per Annex F. Okay. So if applicable, prepare stickers for CRM POS machines Annex G linked to CAS to be used by the taxpayer. No? So yung kailangan ng CRM POS, yung stickers. Okay. So note, large taxpayer 1 and 2 and computerized RDO shall create a case for the CRM POS in the CMS and assign the same to a case officer prior to the preparation and issuance of the corresponding stickers. No? The corresponding template for CRM likewise be filled out by the case officer assigned. Pakipatay na yung aircon dito. Forward permit of CRM POS stickers, if applicable, for approval of the concerned officials. No? So, mga internal na yan ng BIR. Okay. Doon tayo sa ito. Sa archiving na to eh. Prepare and submit quarterly inventory of issued permits to use CAS and taxpayers with pending application to Taxpayer Service Programs and Monitoring Division on or before the 15th day after the end of its quarter. No? Okay. Receive from taxpayers with approved CAS capable of generating receipts and invoices the report of the range of serial number of receipts and invoices consumed or canceled. No? Annex M, during the immediately preceding year within 30 days from the close of taxable year. So file the said reports for reference purposes during audit of taxpayers. No? Okay. Ito naman yung sa archiving, no? So, in lieu of stamping of hardbound computer-generated books of accounts and receipts and invoices and other accounting records, receive from the taxpayer an affidavit on the post-reporting requirements for CAS. In lieu of hard-bound computer-generated books of accounts, receipts, and invoices and other accounting records. Okay. Okay, so what are the computerized system evaluation team or the CSET? Nandyan, internal na rin po yan, no? Okay. Itong taxpayer assistance service, ito yung uh, ano, in charge, no, na nagbibigay ng permit, nag-generate ng permit to adopt computerized system. No? Okay. Okay, so it's already 2:30, no, hanggang 4 o'clock lang tayo. Let's have a break of 15 minutes, no? Okay, let's continue with the permit, no? But let's go to the annex, no? So these are the forms that you are going to apply for authority to use computerized accounting system or components thereof. Ito yung sa loose leaf books of accounts. Ito yung sa BR form number 1900, no? Fill up the taxpayer identification number, and then the taxpayer's name, and then the business address, and then the type or nature of the application, no? And then kung anong klase siya, kung loose leaf ba, and then complete computerized accounting system, no, with e-invoicing, without e-invoicing, computerized books of accounts, no, kung components lang, and then computer-generated subsidiary accounting records, no, pwede siyang cash receipt book or debit credit memo book, no, and then should be signed by the taxpayer authorized agent or the title position of signatory, no. Ano yung mga attachment, no, sa application? The attachments are the general requirements, company profile, no, photocopy of BIR certificate of registration, photocopy of previously issued permit if applicable, photocopy of current registration fee payment, location map of place of business, inventory of previously approved unused invoices and receipts, and then computerized accounting system or components thereof application, no? The list of branches that will use computerized accounting system, the technical requirements, ano yon? Application name and software used. Ito yung binibili nyo, yung sa mga service development and database sa mga service providers, to, no? And then the functions and features of the application coming also from your service providers. System, no? Or system flow, process flow, sworn statement and proof of system ownership, the backup procedure, disaster and recovery plan, no? Papakita nyo kung paano ma-recover yung inyong mga computerized system, mga records kung halimbawa nagkaroon ng disaster, no? List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system with their description, purpose, and sample layout. And also the facsimile of system-generated loose leaf books of accounts and list thereof, no? And the additional requirements for affiliated of sister companies kung meron, no? Yung photocopy ng previously issued permit, certification from CSET ng previously evaluated approved system, no? Sa mga loose leaf naman books of accounts, yung sample format ng journal and ledgers for loose leaf books of accounts, no? And particular accounting records for loose leaf accounting records kung sa loose leaf naman, no? And then ito yung application for permit to use cash register machine, no? 1907 naman yan, no? Yung sa computerized accounting system 1900, no? Okay. Ito yung sworn statement na sample po na affidavit nung nag-apply, no? So nandiyan nakalagay, and then yung Annex D, no? The functional and technical evaluation, appraisal checklist. Ito yung itatanong sa inyo nung technical persons ng BIR the moment na magkaroon ng system evaluation or demo, no? And then it should be signed by the CSET members or the evaluator. And then ito na yung sample ng permit to use computerized accounting system or components thereof. Ito yung hitsura niya, no? Isang papel lang siya na isang set na long bond paper. And then nakalagay dyan yung kung anong office, the permit number, the permit to use computerized accounting system, the name of company, the TIN, no? So very important itong mga naka-check. Ibig sabihin, ito yung component ng approved na permit ninyo, no? So any No, nakalagay dito, this approved software to be used is, nakalagay diyan kung anong software. It shall be understood that any upgrading, integration, or modification made in the system without prior approval shall mean automatic revocation of this permit and shall be subject to penalties and sanctions pursuant to the provision of the Tax Reform Act of 1997, no? Kasi meron kang upgrading or integration. So, dito sa taas, ito yung na-approve sa iyo. So, kung may i-upgrade ka dyan, kailangan merong permit ang sa BIR, no? So, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-enhance or i-upgrade without further permit. No? Schedule of attachment sa permit. No? Ito yung mga schedule of attachment, list of branches, list of documents or reports generated, number and description kung merong POS or CRM attached to the computerized accounting system. No? Approved range of serial numbers, no? Hanggang 19 digits po yan. And then the approved method of record keeping. No? Okay. The branch permit to use computerized accounting system, the same lang din po, pero para siya sa branch, ini-issue siya para sa branch ng head office na nag-apply. Okay, schedule of attachments in the branch permit, the same din po. And then ito naman yung permit to use cash register machine and point of sale machines kasi separate po siya, dinidikit siya doon sa likod ng bawat CRM or POS, no? Okay. Ito yung sample ng denial in case na deny yung application for permit nyo, this is the letter, no? And then the temporary permit to use computerized accounting system, temporary lang po siya hanggang mga 3 months, no? Kung may na-approve kayo, and then since temporary, papagawa kayo talaga, follow up nyo yung permanent na permit, no? Okay, tapos ito sa report na to ng mga BIR. No? So, more or less yan po yung ating post-reporting requirements for computerized accounting system in lieu of hardbound computer-generated books of accounts, receipts, and invoices and other accounting records. Ito na yung at the end of the year, magbigay ninyo po sa BIR, no? Pa-receive kayo nung electronic records nyo. Pero meron pa tayong isang, actually dalawa pang regulations no? Na para sa submission ng electronic records, no? So yung una is Revenue Regulations number 16-2006 at isa yung Revenue Regulations 9-2009. Tama ba? Okay. So, Revenue Regulation 16-2006, anong subject nito? Submission by taxpayers of electronic books of account and other accounting records in the course of a tax audit or investigation. So, pagka computerized accounting system kayo at under audit kayo, ano yung submit sa inyo, no? So, these are the documents, no? Diretso na lang tayo kasi yung iba background naman yan, basahin nyo na lang yan, no? Ito yun. Ano yung ini-specify dito? The manner and format in which such computerized accounting books and records shall be created, retained, filed, and issued. And when and how such computerized accounting or books and records have to be signed or authenticated. And the appropriate control processes and procedures, no? To ensure integrity, security, confidentiality of computerized accounting books and records. And also other attributes required of computerized accounting on books of records, no? So ito yung mga sample. Yung definition of terms, basahin nyo po yan. Kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng electronic document, yung computerized accounting books and records, no? Electronic signature, the media, CDR, DVDR, the database, no? Ibig sabihin ng data, file, records, file, field or data element, the fixed length file, no? The file formats, the database file format, delimited format, flat file format, no? And then yung authentication. Itong authentication is very important because yan yung confirmation that the record is accurate, complete, and appropriate to the actions taken, no? So, paano po ino-authenticate yung electronic records, no? Ito yung authentication ng hard copy document. Since ang pinag-usapan dito, audit siya ng records nyo or under investigation, so may mga hard copy or yung sinasabi natin sa inyo na supporting documents, no? These supporting documents are very important dahil titingnan po dyan yung mga attachment or yung halimbawa, resibo. Nag-issue kayo ng sales, naka-record doon sa books of accounts. So, titingnan yung hard copy ninyo na resibo, no? Dapat yung supporting documents nyo ready din, no? So, authentication of label attached to the media, linking a digital signature to the electronic file document, and design of unique location, specific procedure for authentication of electronic records, no? So, yun ang pinaka-importante sa audit. Why? Kasi, since audit nga siya, so titingnan mo talaga kung tama, kasama na yung mga attachment. No? Examination of computerized books of accounts and other accounting records. Ito yung sinasubmit ng taxpayer in electronic form. No? So, pwede siyang examine by duly authorized revenue officers, bearer officials in the course of tax audit or investigation. Okay. So, at the time of examination, the retained computerized accounting books or records of the taxpayer must be capable of being retrieved, no, from the computer system. Sabihin nyo na wala na, bawal po yun, no? And converted to a standard format. Ano yung converted to a standard format? Readable siya at pwedeng editable. Kasi, di ba, magagawa na ng report yung examiner. So, kailangan niya yun pang-attach sa kanyang report of investigation. That would allow efficient examination and testing of such records using BIR audit tools during a tax examination, no? Particularly in cases involving large volumes of transactions, no? Submission of taxpayer accounting records in electronic form for BIR examination. The books of accounts and other accounting records in electronic format that were submitted and registered with the concerned BIR office within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. Ito yung sinabi natin kanina sa RMO 29-2002, no? Na within 30 days, yung books and records mo, ilagay mo yun sa DVD, no? DVD-R, and then dalhin mo sa BIR, patatakan mo doon ang receipt. Pagtapos na matatakan ng receipt, ibalik din yun ang BIR sa iyo. So during the audit, yun ang hanapin ng BIR sa inyo, yung DVD na may tatak ng BIR, no? But this does not preclude the BIR from requesting other transaction files which may contain information or transactions occurred during the particular taxable year period covered by the examination, no? So, pagdating kasi sa examination, depende sa findings ng examiner, marami siyang mga records na posibleng hingin po sa inyo, no? Okay. Required electronic or computerized accounting record should be submitted with a due date reflected on the document authorizing the audit. So pag nakatanggap kayo ng letter of authority, may checklist doon na requirements that you are going to submit, no? So may deadline po yan. Dahil may deadline din ng examiner on the completion of their audit report, no? May number of days. Shall not exceed 5 days from receipt of the document authorizing the investigation, no? So, taxpayer maintains accounting books and records in both electronic and manual. Kasi sa RR 29-2002, di ba pwedeng component lang, no? So, mix ang records niya. Merong electronic, merong manual, no, na format. So, the revenue officers auditing said taxpayers may require the presentation of both electronic and manual books and records. No? So during verification process, taxpayer is required to present the documents supporting the entries made in the computerized accounting system. Halimbawa, meron kayong kinlaim na expenses, no? And then material ng expenses. Hahanapan ng examiner ngayon yung resibo nyo on that purchases, no? Computerized accounting books and records shall be submitted to the concerned revenue officers, no? And then access to the computerized accounting books and records shall be restricted to the revenue officers assigned to handle the tax examination. Kasi bibigyan kayo ng access doon sa computer system. No? So after the report of investigation and the tax docket of the case has been reviewed and approved by authorized revenue official, the revenue officer shall return to the taxpayer their computerized accounting books and records intact and in their original form. So yung DVDR na pinatatakan nyo doon under 29-2002, ibigay nyo yan sa examiner at pagkatapos ng examination, dapat ibalik din ng examiner. No? Okay, if there are discrepancies found upon tax audit that result to tax assessments, the revenue officers or examiners may request for certified true copies in hard and or electronic format of the portion of the accounting books and pertinent accounting records that would serve as evidence or proof of the audit findings, no? So pwedeng hingin yun ng examiner, no? So itong mga requirements for submission of accounting books records in electronic format, no? So pina-follow niya yung 29-2002. Ito yung sabi niya na should be electronic form, stored in recorded compact disc, CDR, digital video disc or DVD-R or other optical media, no? And then ano yung file niya? In fixed length, flat text, delimited or debased format, no? So ito yung format na acceptable sa examiner or po pwede, no? Should be the DVD-R or CDR should be properly labeled with the name of the taxpayer. No? Taxable year, content, description, serial number, volume number, and such other information required under RMO 29-2002 and its mandatory issuances. No? So, to ensure that authorized users can identify, access, and retrieve information stored on CDs, DVDs, or other optical media, the external label should likewise indicate application system, software, including version number of application system. Okay. And then the software used to create the contents, no? So accompanied by document describing the file attributes or layout, the number of records in its data file, the control totals for its numeric field where applicable, the record layouts and record lengths, and the documentation of key control information, including the transaction cut-off date and time, no? So, ito yung description ng electronic records na dapat isubmit ng taxpayer. Okay? Duly notarized certification in the form of affidavit shall be executed by the taxpayer or his authorized representative, attesting the completeness, accuracy, and appropriateness of the computerized accounting books and records, no? In accordance with the keeping of books of accounts and records for internal revenue tax purposes, no? Okay. So, notarized certification shall be submitted in hard copy as currently. No? So, legal documents are not yet prepared electronically in the Philippines. No? Wala pang ganun. Okay. Taxpayer under investigation is required to provide the concerned revenue officers with an overview of the computerized accounting system used during the taxable period under audit. No? So it is understood that the computerized accounting system used or being used by the taxpayer has been previously approved by the BIR. No? So in relation thereto, subsequent change or enhancement to such computerized accounting systems shall require approval of the BIR. So yun, Kasi nasabi ko sa inyo na nandun din sa affidavit na hindi kayo pwedeng mag-enhance, mag-upgrade without further approval ng BIR. No? And then the retention, ito yung retention, hanggang kailan nandyan yung records ng electronic document and electronic files. So ilan na yung participant natin?
May viewers na 51.
Viewers lang, hindi yan yung uma-attend. Ha?
Hindi ma'am, sila po yung
Sila.
total na
Okay, sige. So, paano muna, ano na sila yon?
check ko ma'am, nagkaano sila na
Ta-time in.
ako.
O, sige.
Sulat nila yung pangalan nila.
O, sige. So, 51 lang yung mabigyan natin ng certificate, no? Okay na yun, sige. Sige, so this is only your guide. This is only your overview. Hindi nyo masyadong maintindihan. Basahin nyo ulit. And then, itong 16-2006, no? Meron pa itong kasama. No? So, retention of electronic documents and electronic files. No? So, retained in their original form and remain accessible as to be usable for subsequent reference. No? Also retained in the format in which it was generated, sent, or received, or in a format which can be demonstrated to accurately represent the electronic document generated, sent, or received. Kung mapapansin ninyo, doon sa manual books of accounts natin, di ba yung recording ang nandoon? And then sabi natin, walang kwento, wala yung naman na input, wala. From this supplier. Dapat i-record nyo rin pati yung resibo. And that yung resibo na hard copy na tinatanggap nyo, mayon sa i-audit sa inyo or ibibigay nyo. Okay, aforementioned books record shall be retained in accordance with the rules on preservation of books of accounts and other accounting records. No? Legal recognition of electronic documents, no? Ano na yan siya? For purposes of tax audit or investigation shall have the legal effect, validity, or enforceability as any other document or legal writing, no? Okay, subject to condition. If an electronic document is able to maintain its integrity and reliability, hindi binago, through time and can be authenticated for subsequent reference, no? Electronic document has remained complete and unaltered, hindi binago, apart from the addition of any endorsement and any authorized change. Electronic document can be relied upon for the purpose for which it was generated. Electronic document has been presented or retained in its original form. So, pwede siyang gamitin. Okay? So, yan yung 16-2006. No, now, let's go to, ito yung 9-2009, no? Revenue Regulations 9-2009. Ano naman itong Revenue Regulations 9-2009? Ito yung maintenance, retention, and submission of electronic records, no? So, yung kanina, under the audit and investigation ka, ngayon, paano mo naman i-maintain and then i-retain, no? So, under the new law, 10 years na po kailangan itago mo yung mga electronic records, no? And then, so, yung mga definition, basahin nyo yan, ha? Electronic record keeping requirements. Taxpayer shall maintain all records that are necessary for the determination of the correct tax liability. So, yun yung purpose talaga, bakit tayo nag-keep na records. All required records must be made available on request, no? by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or its authorized representative. No? If taxpayer retains record required to be kept under the regulation in both electronic and hard copy o kaya yung manual, the taxpayer shall make the records available to the Bureau of Internal Revenue in electronic format upon request of the Commissioner. No? Okay. So, electronic record keeping requirement for large taxpayer. Lahat ng large taxpayer are all books of accounts and accounting records shall be in electronic formats. Kaya nga complete sila accounting system. Kailan yung requirement nila? December 31, 2009. No? Electronic record keeping requirements in electronic records. No? Electronic records used to establish tax compliance shall contain sufficient transaction level, detailed information, so that the details underlying the electronic records can be identified and made available to the Bureau of Internal Revenue upon request. No? So, taxpayers' description to discard duplicated records and redundant information provided its responsibilities under this regulation are met. No? So, at the time of the examination, the written records must be capable of being retrieved and converted to a standard record format in accordance with RR 16-2006. No? Yun yung format na hinihingi yung mga files. No? Taxpayers are not required to construct electronic records other than those created in the ordinary course of business. Taxpayer who does not create the electronic equivalent of a traditional paper document in the ordinary course of business is not required to construct such record for tax purposes. Okay. Electronic data interchange requirement. The level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transactions must be equivalent to that contained in an acceptable paper record. No? Acceptable paper record. So may mga information dyan na required. Ano yun? For example, the written record should contain such information as vendor name, invoice date, product description, quantity purchased, price, amount of tax, indication of tax return, shipping detail. No? Codes may be used to identify some or all of the data elements, no? Provided that the taxpayer shall provide a method which would allow the BIR to convert the coded information into an auditable data. No? Okay. So, basahin nyo itong 9-2009 because andito yung maintenance, no? Okay. Okay, ito yung emphasize ko lang ha sa 5.33. Taxpayers keeping electronic records must also retain source documents, no? So kung paano yung sa manual, ganun din sa electronic. You maintain also the source documents. Ano ba yung source documents nyo? So, sales invoice at saka OR, no? Kasi yun yung primary documents. And then yung payroll, yung siguro mga attendance sheet ng employees, no? So, anong mga example dito? Sales invoices, purchase invoices, cash register receipt, formal written contracts, credit card receipts, and could also include emails and other general correspondence were relevant for tax purposes. No? So, business process information. Okay. So, ano yung dapat gawin ng taxpayer, no? The taxpayer shall be capable of demonstrating, among others, the following. Functions being performed as they relate to the flow of data through the system. The internal control used to ensure accurate and reliable processing. The internal control used to kaya kapag meron kang addition, meron kang alteration, may deletion, or ng records, makikita yan doon dahil nakalagay yan sa system. No? At isa pa yan na tinitingnan ng during the system demo. No? kung na-retrieve ba o nakikip track ba yung mga addition or alteration sa system. Kasi kung hindi, hindi ka rin aprobahan. So the documents required for electronic record retained shall among others include the following. So yung record formats or layout, field definitions, file descriptions, dataset name, detailed chart of accounts, and account description. Because it will help the examiner in the audit, no? Yung description ng chart of accounts, ano bang included dyan sa mga accounts. The following fields are mandatory for the following. No? Ito yung general ledger, date, reference, brief description or explanation, account title, debits, credits. No? General journal, date, reference, brief description, explanations, account title, debits, credits. No? Diba yun yung nakalagay sa general journal natin, book of original entry. The sales journal, nandyan yung date, customer's TIN, customer's name, address, description, reference or document, number, sales invoice, amount, discount, net amount, and then net sales. So same sa purchase journal. Ito sa mga VAT registered to, no? Date, supplier's TIN, vendor's name, address, description, reference document, amount, discount, no? VAT amount, net purchases, no? And then sa inventory book naman, nandyan yung date, product name, description, unit, price per amount, and then the amount. No? Sa inventory book, napaka-importante po yung resibo nyo. Why? Because our inventory is at cost. So, paano yung supporting nyo na cost yung valuation nyo sa inventory? Nandyan yung resibo nyo yung binili nyo. Transaction integrity and security system control. No? Paano ginagawa yung integrity and security. Access control to ensure that only authorized users can have access to a computer system to process data. Yan, access control. Hindi pwede na kahit sino na lang may access. Input and output controls that ensure the accuracy and security of the information created, received, and transmitted. Also, processing controls, no? Backup control, control to ensure there are no accidental or intentional editing or deletion of recorded or completed transactions. Yun ang pinaka-importante po sa lahat kasi audit ito. So pag may dagdag, may binawas na account, dapat na kalag sa computer at nalalaman, nakikita. No? Changes to any recorded transaction must be made by journal entry. Be adequately documented and include the following. Kung may changes, person making modifications, kaya nga kailangan nakikita doon sa access. No? Kasi sa access, makita mo kung sino yung nag-modify. Date of change, previous transaction details, current transaction details, and reason for the change or deletion. No? And then changes to business system. If changes to the operating and or electronic business system occur, the capability to access and retrieve data must be preserved. No? Kasi baka mamaya, hindi na ma-retrieve yung data, so hindi na magamit during the audit. The changes must not result in a loss, destruction, or alteration of information and data relevant to the determination of taxes payable, collected, or withheld. No? Okay. Before implementing new business system, taxpayer must ensure that sufficient detail will be captured and produced to ensure proper determination of internal revenue taxes administered by the BIR. No? The audit trail of its transaction will be preserved to allow BIR auditors to verify accuracy of internal revenue taxes. No? Okay. Electronic record maintenance and location requirements. No? So maintenance. Taxpayers' computer hardware or software shall accommodate the extraction and conversion of written electronic records in accordance with Regulation 16-2006. No? So, yung extraction and conversion ng files, dapat kaya yun ng computer. Records that are retained by copying or backing up the data to another medium must be done so in accordance with the media manufacturer's suggested procedures. with particular attention given to the suggested shelf life of the medium. No? So information recorded on rewritable media, such as computer hard disk, must be backed up on CD, no, and DVD. Okay. Media containing the recorded information must be stored in an environment free from hazards that could affect the media. Okay, so backups of electronic files. Ensure that backup data files can be restored in a format that will be accessible. No? Ito na yung backup na, halimbawa, paano ba nagba-backup? I-record mo sa hard drive every day, no? Isisave mo doon yung records. Sa USB, no? Ensure that the intended data is actually being written to the medium being used. Ensure that the backup procedure does not overwrite prior period backups, no? Or logs, destroying them. Ensure that the medium is uniquely labeled in a readily identifiable manner, no? Ensure that a log is prepared to identify what records and data have been recorded. Okay, so andyan na lahat, no? And then the location, saan siya ilalagay? Dito sa Pilipinas or another place designated by the commissioner and must upon request be made available to revenue officers of the BIR. So, yung location, pwedeng yung iba na companies, meron silang database sa US, sa India, meron sa outside the Philippines. Records kept outside the Philippines and accessed electronically from the Philippines are not considered to be record in the Philippines. However, where records are maintained electronically in a location outside the Philippines, the BIR may accept a copy of the records provided these are made available in the Philippines in an electronically readable and usable format for BIR officials, and they contain adequate details to support the tax return filed with the BIR. No? Okay. So, lahat ng records na naka-retain should be labeled and stored in a secure environment, no? Na hindi siya masira. Kasi, sabihin, ay, nawala ma'am, nanakaw, nabasa, nabagyo, no? So, bawal po yun. Authorization to maintain records elsewhere may be granted subject to terms, conditions of the commissioner. No? It should be specified in writing. Okay. Okay. Normally, backup of electronic records are stored at a site or other business location for security and precautionary purposes. Bakit mo dinadala doon at nagba-backup ka? Kasi para kung may magkaroon ng mga hindi inaasahan na masira yung records, meron ka pang records doon na hindi nasisira, no? Pero kung yung backup mo, siya pa yung nasisira, hindi ka lalo mape-penalty ka lalo, no? It is a taxpayer's responsibility to produce the records for inspection no matter where those records are located, no? So, in your convenience, kung may mga backup records, doon sa at least malapit lang din sa inyo so that hindi kayo mahirapan mag-retrieve, no? Businesses that operate via the internet, no? Ito na yung online sellers, ha? Kaya nga sabi ko, nandito yan sa NINDAS 2009. Businesses that operate via the internet and are hosted on a server located outside of the Philippines should be cognizant of the responsibility to maintain the records within the Philippines, no? Internet-based businesses have the same responsibilities related to record retention as all other business operations, no? So, use of third party for electronic record maintenance, no? Taxpayer may engage in services of third party to provide custodial or management services of the records and shall notify the BIR prior to such arrangement, no? Okay. Access and submission of electronic records. Okay. Taxpayer may arrange to provide BIR with the hardware, software, personnel resources to access the electronic records. Sino yung mga personnel resources na dapat mag-access sa BIR? Siyempre yung may access, yung IT, no? Taxpayer may arrange for third party to provide hardware, software, and personnel resources needed necessary to access the electronic records. Kasi in some cases, no, hindi namin tuloy yung system demo kasi ang sabi nila wala raw yung IT nila at wala raw access, no? So, in that case, dapat nandyan yung persons na may access so that during the audit or inspection, matapos magkaroon ng access yung revenue officers, no? Okay. Okay, yung iba, ano na lang yan. Alternative storage or media. Microfilm, microfiche, and other storage-only imaging system shall comply among others with the following requirements. Ito yung documentation, establishing the procedures for converting the hard copy documents to microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system must be maintained and made available on request. No? So, as a backup files, dapat naka-microfilm yan or naka-scan, no? Okay. Procedures must be established for the effective identification, processing, storage, preservation of the stored documents, no? So, basahin nyo po yan, yung mga requirements natin. So, dalawa, yung 16-2006, and then the 9-2009, no? And then the logbook shall be maintained. Ano itong logbook na to? Nandoon yung date of imaging, signatures of the person authorizing and performing the imaging, and then the description of the record's image, no? Whether source documents are destroyed or disposed after imaging and the date a source document was destroyed or disposed of, no? Okay. Effect on hard copy record keeping requirements, no? Okay. The provision of this regulation do not relieve taxpayer of the responsibility to retain hard copy, no? So, magre-retain pa rin siya ng hard copy created or received in the ordinary course of business. Okay. If hard copy records are not produced or received in the ordinary course of transaction, when the taxpayer uses electronic data interchange technology, such hard copy record need not be created. Kasi, bakit? Kasi nasa soft copy, no? Okay. Hard copy records generated at the time of transaction using a credit or debit card must be retained unless all the details necessary to determine correct tax liability relating to the transactions are subsequently received and retained by the taxpayer. Computer printouts created for validation control, no? Okay, so yung BIR can request hard copy printouts in lieu of retained electronic records, no? Time period, as provided by law, sa ngayon, under the train law, 10 years din po, no? Registration requirements, computerized books of accounts, electronic record keeping, electronic business system shall be registered with the BIR, no? Penalty under section 255, no? Sa large taxpayer, magkano yung penalty nila? First offense na hindi sila maintain ng computerized accounting system, 50,000, no? Okay. Now, let's go to record retention, no? Wala na time break. So, for the record retention, no? Ano ba yung record retentions na sinasabi natin, no? Records retention and management. That is very important since we are talking of books of accounts, and then ano ba yung nandyan sa books of accounts? Mga records. Ano yung nire-record dyan? Natin dyan. Yung mga source documents na magpapatunay kung saan manggagaling at ano yung basis ng pagbabayad natin ng tax, no? So those are very important. Kaya nga, hindi lang basta-basta nagre-records. We must know what are the records to be kept and also the regulations patungkol sa pagre-record, no? Kaya ang sabi natin sa inyo, itong bookkeeping na tinuturo natin sa inyo is batas. Hindi ito tinuturo sa school. No? Kaya yung mga nagtiyaga sa atin hanggang ngayon, congratulations po sa inyo. No? You get more than you expect on this free bookkeeping seminars na to. Kasi highly technical po yun matutunan ninyo dito. No? So, records retention and management. Record retention program includes systematic storage, tracking, destruction of business documents and records. Pero kailan? Since sabi nga natin, we are required to keep the records. So kailan natin siya pwedeng sirain, pwedeng itapon na? No? Sabi ng BIR, 10 years. No? 10 years from the last day of filing of the income tax return that is relevant to the ITR, no? Or related to the certain ITR. So halimbawa, yung mga resibo mo para yan sa taxable year 2020. 'Di ba ang 2020 dapat i-file mo April 15, 2021. So yung records mo ng April 2020 ng 2020, kailan mo siya dapat i-keep? Hanggang April of 2031, no? So, yung 2020 mo ngayon hanggang April 15, April 16 of 2031, no? Buhay pa kayo tayo nun. Okay. Pero 10 years. Kasi kung bata yan at pinanganak, 10 years, dalaga na, no? Sa 10 taon na tinago mo yung resibo. Why record retention matters? Disposing too early. Kasi requirement po yan ng batas, no? Ang mag-retain tayo ng records. Hanging on too long, no? Be careful not to shred or destroy the right record na important kasi magkakaroon ka ng problema, no? Running legal risk, kakaroon ka ng violation sa batas, no? Pag hindi ka nag-retain ng records, especially those records na kailangan mong i-retain. Just like yung mga resibo mo, books of accounts mo, no? Kasi regulated yan. Exposing to data theft and breaches, no? Ito yung security na ng information. Kasi ang information, sabi natin kanina, are very important na sometimes mali yung ating mga decision kasi mali yung data or information natin. And sometimes, itong mga information ng business, ginagamit ito ng competitors, no? So, yung data theft and breaches, nangyayari yan para kunin yung information mo at gamitin nila against you, no? Records to retain, ito yung mga example, no? Medical records, financial records, business documents, no? So, yung dito sa business documents, yan yung mga resibo, no, natin, mga kontrata, employee and personnel records, patents, copyrights, insurance, real estate documents, pension and profit sharing records. No? Business records retention times sa atin 10 years. No? Okay. Or in certain type of records, kagaya ng mga payroll, forever po yan. Bakit? Because may involve yan na benefits ng taxpayers. No? Records retention program provides for systematic review, retention, destruction of documents received or created in the course of business. No? So, records retention program will identify documents and business records that need to be maintained and contain guidelines for how long certain documents should be kept and how they should be destroyed. Sa isang malaking mga kumpanya, dapat meron silang manual on the record retention. No? Kasi nakasegregate na yan yung mga dokumento na pwede na itapon at hindi na pwede. At hindi pa. No? So, why create a record retention program? For many reasons. No? It can protect you in litigation, help ensure compliance with the state laws and regulations, no? And evidence of clear and consistently enforced record retention management enacted for valid purposes, no? Talagang gagastusan talaga yung records. So, important to clear out clutter, no? Tossing the wrong paper kasi napaka time consuming, no? Yung naghahanapan ng papel o kaya nawala yung mga documents mo. Okay. What concerns should be with, no? How long to keep the document? Dapat pag-isipan yan. Why? Especially sa Pilipinas na 10 years na, so dapat pinag-isipan kung saan mo siya ilagay na hindi mabasa, hindi maanay, no? Kasi kagaya ng mga title, mga jewelries, nagre-rent ng safety deposit box sa mga bangko. So in this case, dapat yung mga records, pinag-iisipan din kung saan sila ilagay na safe sila, no? At hindi masisira. Is there a legal requirement for keeping the document? So after the document is passed its useful life, what other purpose could it serve, no? What is the consequence of not being able to locate the documents, no? Sobrang sakit ng ulo. Can the item be reliably reproduced elsewhere if needed? No? Kasi elsewhere if needed, ibig sabihin meron kang backup and then relocate mo doon sa ibang lugar. No? How do I implement record retention program? Consult the expert, no? Kasi may mga magagandang pamamaraan po sila para mag-retain yung records, no? Yung sa akin, nagsusubscribe ako sa ARMA, yung Association of Record Managers and Administrators, international po yan sa US, no? How do I store the records, no? Secure location, climate controlled, fire suppression system, at saka yung hindi siya naaanay, hindi nababasa, no? Pwede mong i-outsource, pero may bayad yun, no? Business records retention times, depende yan. Kagaya ng articles of incorporation, permanent. Di naman pwede na after 10 years, itapon mo yung articles of incorporation ng korporasyon. Lalo na ngayon, perpetual na ang corporation, no? Hindi na namamatay. Kahit 100 years, nandyan pa. So, permanent yan. Bylaws, also permanent. Capital stock, bond records, permanent. Contract agreements, permanent. Legal correspondence, permanent. Minutes, permanent din, no? Okay. So, itong mga auditors report, bank debt deduction, deposit slip, bills of lading, budgets, depende na yan kung ilang years siya itatago. But for BIR purposes, 10 years. No? Depreciation records, employees expense reports, no? Yun yung mga samples dito. 10 years po sa BIR. Okay, so mga invoices, general ledger, 10 years po sa BIR. Personal accident report, no? Employees benefit plans, no? Mga sample to dito. So, depende yan sa regulating agencies, no? Patents, no? Patents is permanent, although sa Pilipinas, after 20 years, nag-go off patent na yan. Okay. Personal files, forever, no? Permanent din. Patents, trademarks, service marks, ano siya? Permanent, no? Okay. So, electronic document management system, ito yung digital files, no? So, paano siya itago? Version control, remote retrieval, OCR, and indexing. So, making it easy for business to track record. So, kailangan mabilis siyang i-access, no? I-retrieve. Record storage facilities, paano natin ang record storage facilities natin sa electronic, no? So in-house storage, off-site facilities, no? Store and records in secure climate controlled areas, no? And then index document inventories, no? Keeping track of documents for easy retrieval once retention times are up, no? Kaya may document inventories dapat. Sa atin naman, since ang taxable year natin is 1 year, so, dapat yung mga files natin, such that 1 year yan, para pag naghanap yung examiner, nandoon na lahat, sabay-sabay na naka-file. What to keep and what to shred? Meron kasing iba na pwede na i-shred, pero yung mga official documents natin, hindi talaga pwede. Saka yung mga resibo. Records management must have function of companies. Kahit ano ka pa, non-profit organizations ka, government agencies, social agencies, medical, commerce, financial schools, lahat kailangan may record management, no? Even individual household, no? Kailangan good records management also. Record management is a systematic, organized, planned, and controlled process of managing or tracking the life cycle of records. No? Records can be tangible paper, object, or it can be digital or electronic record. No? Ito yung mga financial, medical, informative, formal documents. Iba-iba yan. Pwede rin yung galing sa email. No? Yung sa mga sa Facebook, no? Kasi ang dami ngayon through the messenger. Minsan yung mga business transactions sa messenger na, you have to record that also. Paano yun? Ina-archive. Records management addresses the three phases of the life cycle of records: creation, or the receipt of record; maintenance, safe storage, retrieval, or general use of record; and the disposal of record. No? So, after 10 years na requirement ng BR, pwede na tayo mag-dispose ng records. Paano pag-dispose? Pwede sunugin, yung iba snisread, yung iba, ano ba yun? Yung they dig a hole and then binabaon sa lupa. No? So, creation of records. Ito yung at the time, kailan ba ginawa yung records. No? Gusto kong resibo, at the time it is issued. Okay. Maintaining and storing the records. No? So, ano dapat yung i-consider natin? Making the record available for retrieval and denoting who cannot have access to the record. So, yun yung importante. Hindi lahat ng tao sa isang opisina ay may access sa record, no? Especially yung mga confidential. So, when the record is out of its storage, it is vital to good records management. So, ensuring proper return of the record is also important part of the record management system. Safe storage of records, no? Store digital copies of its record off premises in another office or in a safe deposit box at the bank. Kasi bakit? Hard copy lang naman yan DVD, no? Yung mga malalaking USB. So, pwede na yan siya na ipa-safe deposit box mo. And should be stored in a dry, cool location to prevent damage to either paper or electronic copies. Archiving of records, no? So, may requirement tayo dyan na ilagay mo siya sa media, no? DVD-R or CDR, no? Disposing of records, no? Kasi tinago mo na siya, so paano mo siya i-dispose? No? So you consider the time frame for keeping records, no? Kailangan hindi na siya hahanapin pa ng BIR, no? So 10 years. Okay. Yung mga government regulations, pero yung sabi natin na payroll galing sa labor, forever yun. Consideration for record management, policies and procedures associated with records management, no? Pati yung implementing. So, may mga requirement yung mga regulatory agencies natin. Importance ng record management, very important because it will save the taxpayer, the business owner from a lot of trouble, no? Role of records management in an organization, no? Ano yung role niya sa record management in an organization? Malaki, no? Kasi nasa dokumento yung records your records will show who you are, no? So yun yung records. Okay. Statistical assistance to decision making, avoiding information loss, no? And then we have the organizational benefits of good record management. Outsourcing, pwede nyo ring i-outsource yung pagkeeping ng books and records. Pero yung sabi ko nga, may bayad yun pag na-outsource kayo doon sa mga service provider, no? Kasi may mga warehouse sila na safe, no? So dapat may ano na yon, may bayad na. Okay. Okay. So we have discussed to you the Revenue Regulation 16-2016 on the submission ng electronic records during tax audit investigation. I have discussed also to you the 29-2002 and also the 9-2009, no? Ito yung sino yung nag-maintain ng mga electronic records o itong computerized accounting system. Okay. So yesterday, ano yung ginawa natin? We discussed about the chart of accounts, yung recording, and then nung hapon na, we discussed about the financial statements. And what are those financial statements that we discussed? The statement of financial position or the balance sheet, the income statement, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flow, no? At paano to sila ginagamit ng users, no? So, very important. Pag users ng mga bangko, no, depende sa kanilang mga halimbawa nagpapa-loan, no? So they assess the solvency and the liquidity of the company. So today, kanina umaga, we study about the bookkeeping using the new technology, which is using the accounting softwares, no? So we study about the yung mga no? Yung mga samples, and then the computerized books of accounts na pinakita sa inyo yung mga module, no? Ng QuickBooks, ng Zero. So nakikita ninyo nagwo-work yung computerized accounting system because iba na siya doon sa manual na mga books of accounts. And then 29/2000 permit to adopt computerized accounting system, yung mga procedure, no, mga policies and mga application. We discussed about the 16/2006, which is about the submission of electronic records during the tax audit, no? So be careful about the files, no, na nire-require ng examiner. And then yung mga backup muna copy ng mga files, no? And then very important din yung disaster recovery, yung mga backup na located in some other locations so that mapipreserve yung records, no, hindi mawala. And then we have the 9-2009, yung mandatory na doon na computerize yung mga large taxpayers. And then yung mga format ng electronic records nandun din. Kung ano yung makikita mo na information, kung anong klaseng records. And then we have the record retention management, how to keep those records. And then yung tinatawag natin na retention dito sa Pilipinas, which is 10 years, kung anong gagawin natin doon sa mga records so that hindi po siya masira, pwede natin ipa-outsource, or siyempre we provide a place na talagang safe yung mga records. Kung pwede sa bangko, yung safe deposit box for the hard drive, DVD-R, CDR, yung mga USB na nandoon po yung ating backup files, no? So that is a requirement kasi otherwise hindi kayo bibigyan ng permit. And never enhance or upgrade your system once it is approved by the BAR kasi may penalty yun, no? Anong gagawin? Kung may enhance kayo, ask for permit. Okay? So, with that, I would like to say thank you. At natapos tayo for our 2-day seminar on bookkeeping. Yung mga binigay namin po sa inyo na soft copy, pakibasa nyo na lang po. At from there, you expand your knowledge, no? Kasi, kung depende na lang kayo doon sa binigay natin, hindi pwede yun kasi may mga updates na yan. Kaya ang gagawin ninyo, try to look at the regulations, try to look at the mga provisions, tingnan ninyo yung actual. Pinag-usapan na yung resibo, tingnan ninyo yung mga actual na resibo at saka ano yung mga regulations sa pag-issue ng resibo. Try to read the tax code and then the mga regulations, no? Nandiyan naman yan sa internet ng BAR. And try to avail also of the services ng BAR, no? Basahin ninyo so that malaking tulong. Because if you wish to offer, no, yung services as bookkeeping, then this is a good avenue for you to upgrade your knowledge, no? At saka, pag nag-upgrade na kayo ng knowledge ninyo, meron na kayong confidence na humarap sa mga kliyente, no? So, with that, I would like to say thank you. Ilan yung nandiyan ngayon?
54, ma'am.
Okay, so siguro yung mabigyan natin ng certificate, yun lang, no? And then, na-identify mo ba kung sino yung mga yan?
Yes po, ma'am. Dito po, may listahan po ako.
Okay. So, kailan mabigay sa kanila yung kanilang electronic copy?
Next week siguro.
Okay, so next week, no, email na lang po namin sa inyo at kayo na yung mag-print, no, ng electronic copy ng certificate po ninyo. So with that, I would like to say thank you and congratulations. No?